धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। अशीमवोः वहिष्ठेमस्ति उष्टास्ति उष्टाहना यतशा वहिष्ठाशे श्वा इस्राएल Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddham sharanam gacchami dhammam sharanam gacchami sangham sharanam gacchami. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. La ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, la
ಪಂಕಜ ಚರಣ
ಸಿಂಧೂರವದನ ಪಂಕಜ ಚರಣ
ಸಿಂಧೂರವದನ ಪಂಕಜ ಚರಣ
ಸಿಂಧೂರವದನ ಪಂಕಜ ಚರಣ ಗಣಪತಿ ಬಪ್ಪ ಮೋರ್ಯ
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 ಸಿದ್ಧಿವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳದಾತ
ಸಿದ್ಧಿವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳದಾತ
ಸಿದ್ಧಿವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳದಾತ
ಸಿದ್ಧಿವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳದಾತ
ಅಷ್ಟವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳದಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮೋರ್ಯ
ಅಷ್ಟವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳದಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮೋರ್ಯ
ಅಷ್ಟವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳದಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮೋರ್ಯ
ಅಷ್ಟವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳದಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮೋರ್ಯ
ಜಯ ಗಣರಾಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಗಣರಾಯ
ಜಯ ಗಣರಾಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಗಣರಾಯ
ಜಯ ಗಣರಾಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಗಣರಾಯ ಮಂಗಳಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮೋರ್ಯ
ಜಯ ಗಣರಾಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಗಣರಾಯ ಮಂಗಳಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮೋರ್ಯ
ಸಿಂಧೂರವದನ ಪಂಕಜ ಚರಣ
ಸಿಂಧೂರವದನ ಪಂಕಜ ಚರಣ
ಸಿಂಧೂರವದನ ಪಂಕಜ ಚರಣ ಗಣಪತಿ ಬಪ್ಪ ಮೋರ್ಯ
ಸಿಂಧೂರವದನ ಪಂಕಜ ಚರಣ ಗಣಪತಿ ಬಪ್ಪ ಮೋರ್ಯ
ಸಿದ್ಧಿವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳದಾತ
ಸಿದ್ಧಿವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳದಾತ
ಅಷ್ಟವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳದಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮೋರ್ಯ
ಅಷ್ಟವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳದಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮೋರ್ಯ
ಅಷ್ಟವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳದಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮೋರ್ಯ
ಅಷ್ಟವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳದಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮೋರ್ಯ
ಜಯ ಗಣರಾಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಗಣರಾಯ
ಆತ್ಮ ರಾಮ ಆನಂದ ರಮಣ ಆತ್ಮ ರಾಮ ಆನಂದ ರಮಣ ಆತ್ಮ ರಾಮ ಆನಂದ ರಮಣ ಕೇಶವ ಹರಿನಾರಾಯಣ ಅಚ್ಯುತ ಕೇಶವ ಹರಿನಾರಾಯಣ ಭಯಹರಣ ವಂದಿತ ಚರಣ ಭವಭಯಹರಣ ವಂದಿತ ಚರಣ ರಘುಕುಲ ಭೂಷಣ ರಾಜೀವ ನಯನ ರಘುಕುಲ ಭೂಷಣ ರಾಜೀವ ನಯನ ಆದಿನಾರಾಯಣ ಅನಂತ ಶಯನ ಆದಿನಾರಾಯಣ ಅನಂತ ಶಯನ ಸತ್ಯನಾರಾಯಣ ಸಚ್ಚಿದಾನಂದ ಶ್ರೀ ಸತ್ಯನಾರಾಯಣ ಸಾಯಿ ರಾಮ ಸತ್ಯನಾರಾಯಣ ಕೇಶವ ಹರಿನಾರಾಯಣ
ಭಯ ಹರಣ ವಂದಿತ ಚರಣ
ಭಯ ಹರಣ ವಂದಿತ ಚರಣ
ರಘುಕುಲ ಭೂಷಣ ರಾಜೀವ ನಯನ
ರಘುಕುಲ ಭೂಷಣ ರಾಜೀವ ನಯನ
ಆದಿನಾರಾಯಣ ಅನಂತ ಶಯನ
ಆದಿನಾರಾಯಣ ಆನಂದ ಶಯನ
ಸಚ್ಚಿದಾನಂದ ಶ್ರೀ ಸತ್ಯನಾರಾಯಣ
ಸಚ್ಚಿದಾನಂದ ಶ್ರೀ ಸತ್ಯನಾರಾಯಣ
ಸಾಯಿ ರಾಮ ಸತ್ಯನಾರಾಯಣ
ಸಾಯಿ ರಾಮ ಸತ್ಯನಾರಾಯಣ
ಸತ್ಯನಾರಾಯಣ ಸಾಯಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ
ಸತ್ಯನಾರಾಯಣ ಸಾಯಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ
ಸತ್ಯನಾರಾಯಣ ಸಾಯಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ
ಸತ್ಯನಾರಾಯಣ ಸಾಯಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ
ಆತ್ಮ ರಾಮಾನಂದ ರಮಣ
ಮಧುಸೂದನಾಗೆ ಮುರಳೀಧರ
ಮಧುಸೂದನ
ಮಧುಸೂದನಾಗೆ ಮುರಳೀಧರ
ಮಧುಸೂದನಾಯೇ ಮುರಳೀಧರ
ಮಾಧವ ಕೇಶವ ದೇವಾದಿ ದೇವ
ಮಾಧವ ಕೇಶವ ದೇವಾದಿ ದೇವ
ಮಾಧವ ಕೇಶವ ದೇವಾದಿ ದೇವ
ಕೇಶವ ದೇವಾದಿ ದೇವ
ಮಧುಸೂದನಾಗೆ ಮುರಳೀಧರ
ಮಧುಸೂದನಾಯೇ ಮುರಳೀಧರ
ಮನಮೋಹನಾಗೆ ನಾರಾಯಣ
ಮನಮೋಹನ ಹೇ ನಾರಾಯಣ
ಮನಮೋಹನಾಗೆ ನಾರಾಯಣ
ಮನಮೋಹನ ಹೇ ನಾರಾಯಣ
ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸಾಯಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ
ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸಾಯಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ
ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸಾಯಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ
ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸಾಯಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ
ಮನಮೋಹನಾಗೆ ನಾರಾಯಣ
ಮನಮೋಹನ ಹೇ ನಾರಾಯಣ
ಭುವನಾಭರಣ ವಂದಿತ ಚರಣ
ಭುವನಾಭರಣ ವಂದಿತ ಶರಣ
ಭುವನಾಭರಣ ವಂದಿತ ಚರಣ
ಭುವನಾಭರಣ ವಂದಿತ ಶರಣ
ಮಧುಸೂದನಾಗೆ ಮುರಳೀಧರ
ಮಧುಸೂದನಾಯೇ ಮುರಳೀಧರ
ಮಾಧವ ಕೇಶವ ದೇವಾದಿ ದೇವ
ಮಾಧವ ಕೇಶವ ದೇವಾದಿ ದೇವ
ಮಧುಸೂದನಾಗೆ ಮುರಳೀಧರ
ಮಧುಸೂದನಾಯೇ ಮುರಳೀಧರ
ಮನಮೋಹನಾಗೆ
अवतार तुम्ही हो.
युग के अवतार तुम्ही
युग युग के अवतार तुम्ही हो.
युग युग के अवतार तुम्ही
मेरे राम मेरे श्याम शिरडी साई पति राम. जगत के पालनहार तुम्ही हो. अल्लाह ईश्वर तेरे नाम.
अल्लाह ईश्वर तेरे नाम
सबको सन्मति दो भगवान.
सबको सन्मति दो भगवान
अल्लाह ईश्वर तेरे नाम शिरडी साई पति राम.
अल्लाह ईश्वर तेरे नाम शिरडी साई पति राम
जगत के पालनहार तुम्ही हो.
जग के पालनहार तुम्ही हो
जगत के पालनहार तुम्ही हो.
जग के पालनहार तुम्ही हो
युग युग के अवतार तुम्ही हो.
युग के अवतार तुम्ही हो
मेरे राम मेरे श्याम शिरडी साई पति राम.
मेरे राम मेरे श्याम शिरडी साई पति राम
जग के पालनहार तुम्ही हो.
जग के पालनहार तुम्ही हो
अल्लाह ईश्वर तेरे नाम.
अल्लाह ईश्वर तेरे नाम
सबको सन्मति दो भगवान.
सबको सन्मति दो भगवान
अल्लाह ईश्वर तेरे नाम शिरडी साई पति राम.
अल्लाह ईश्वर तेरे नाम शिरडी साई पति राम
जग के पालनहार तुम्ही हो.
जग के पालनहार तुम्ही हो
जग के पालनहार तुम्ही हो.
जग के पालनहार तुम्ही हो
युग युग के अवतार तुम्ही हो. In every moment of my life, please be with me.
In every single act of mine, be thou my God.
In every single act of mine, be thou my guide.
Baba, Sai Baba.
Baba, Sai Baba.
When I slip, when I fall, lend me a hand.
When I slip, when I fall, lend me a hand.
When I stray far away, bring me back again.
When I stray far away, bring me back again.
Baba, Sai Baba.
Baba, Sai Baba.
From the darkness into the light, lead me, Father.
From the darkness into the light, lead me, Father. From the unreal into the real.
Baba, Sai Baba.
Baba, Sai Baba.
Baba, Sai Baba.
Baba, Sai Baba.
Every moment of my life, please be with me.
In every moment of my life, please be with me.
In every single act of mine, be thou my God.
In every single act of mine, be thou my guide.
Baba, Sai Baba.
Baba, Sai Baba.
When I slip, when I fall, lend me a hand.
When I slip, when I fall, lend me your hand.
When I stray far away, bring me back again.
When I stray far away, bring me back again.
Baba, Sai Baba.
Baba, Sai Baba.
From the darkness into the light, lead me, Father.
From the darkness into the light, lead me, Father.
From the unreal to the real.
From the unreal into the real.
Baba, Sai Baba.
Baba, Sai Baba.
Baba, Sai Baba.
Baba, Sai Baba. Please be with me. Shivaya, Hari Om Namah Shivaya. Shiva Shiva Shankara Hara Parameshwara Saishwaraya Namo. Shiva Shiva Shankara Hara Parameshwara Saishwaraya Namo. Shiva Shiva Shankara Hara Parameshwara Saishwaraya Namo. Hari Om Namah Shivaya. Shiva Shiva Shankara Hara Parameshwara Saishwaraya Namo. शिव शङ्कर हर परमेश्वर साईश्वराय नमो
शिव शिव शङ्कर हर परमेश्वर साईश्वराय नमो
शिव शिव शङ्कर हर परमेश्वर साईश्वराय नमो
शिव शिव शङ्कर हर परमेश्वर साईश्वराय नमो
हरि ओम नमः शिवाय शांति शांति शांति
మనం చదివినటువంటి చదువంతా కూడాను సమాజం ద్వారానే మనం నేర్చుకున్నాం.
We have learnt all this knowledge from society.
మన తెలివితేటలు మనం నేర్చుకున్నటువంటి స్పెషలైజ్ డాక్టర్స్ అంతా కూడా ఒక సమాజం నుంచినే మనం తీసుకున్నాము.
The intelligence and specialization are acquired from
ఈ
society.
డాక్టర్ అనేటువంటిదంతా కూడాను ఈ వైద్యములకు సంబంధించినటువంటి విధానము ఏదో ఒక మహనీయుడు అనేక శ్రమలు పడి దానిని ఆర్జించినటువంటి దాన్ని మనం ఆర్జించి తద్వారా మనము దీన్ని అనుభవిస్తున్నాం.
The medical sciences have been investigated by a great man. We have learned from him and making use of it in the daily life.
ఎవరో దీనిని అభివృద్ధి పరిచినటువంటి దాన్నే మనం అందుకోగలిగినాము కానీ మనకు మనం అందుకోగలేము.
You just receive from the one who have already discovered. You cannot find out yourself.
మనకు తెలియనటువంటిది ఎవరో మనకు తెలియజెప్పినప్పుడు వానికి మనం ఎంత గ్రాటిట్యూడ్ చెప్పాలి.
What amount of gratitude should you express?
నా టవల్ నేను కింద విడిచిపెట్టినప్పుడు ఎవడో ఒకటి చేతికి అందిస్తే థ్యాంక్స్ అంటున్నాం.
When the towel is dropped, if anyone hands over back, you say thanks.
నా టవల్ నాకు అందించినందుకు నేను థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్తుంటే నీకు ఇంత తెలివితేటలను ఇంత గొప్ప శక్తిని అందించినటువంటి ఈ సమాజానికి మనం ఏం థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్తున్నాం.
When the towel is brought back to me of my own, when I say thanks, what kind of thanks you are
అన్ని మనం
conveying?
సమాజం నుంచినే అందుకుంటున్నాం.
We receive everything from society.
మన విద్యలు,
The education,
మన ధనము,
the money,
మన గుణము,
the quality,
మన సర్వస్వ శక్తులు
all capacity.
అన్ని సమాజం నుంచినే మనం తీసుకుంటున్నాము.
All we receive from society.
కానీ మనం సమాజానికి దీనికి ప్రతిఫలంగా ఏం అందిస్తున్నాం
But what is it we are giving in return to society?
అది మనం చక్కగా గుర్తించాలి.
That we have to realize clearly.
అది గుర్తించుకున్న తర్వాతనే మన యొక్క శక్తులంతా కూడా సద్వినియోగపరచుకోవచ్చు.
The moment we understand this, we can make proper use of all these faculties.
కనుక ప్రతి మానవుడు కూడాను సమాజ సహాయం లేకుండా ఏ శక్తిని కూడా తాను సాధించలేడు.
No man can accomplish anything without the assistance of
సమాజంలో
society.
పుట్టాము,
We are born in society.
సమాజంలో పెరిగాము,
We grow in society.
సమాజంలో జీవిస్తున్నాము.
We live in society.
సమాజంతోనే మన జీవితం అంతా కూడాను అభివృద్ధి అవుతుండాలి.
We progress in society.
సమాజమే లేకపోతే నీవే లేవు.
When there is no society, you don't exist.
ఒక్క చెట్టు అడవి కాదు,
Single tree will not make a forest.
ఒక్క మనిషి సమాజం కాడు,
Single person will not make
ఒక్క
society.
ఇల్లు గ్రామం కాదు.
One house will not make a village.
అనేక గ్రామం ఇండ్లు చేరినప్పుడే గ్రామం అవుతుంది.
Many houses make a village.
అనేక మంది చేరినప్పుడే సమాజం అవుతుంది.
Many make a society.
కానీ అనేక వృక్షములు చేరినప్పుడే వనం అవుతుంది.
Many trees make a forest.
కనుక మనం సమాజ జీవులము.
We are in
ఈ
society.
సమాజ జీవులము అనేటువంటి యొక్క సమదృష్టిని ఈనాడు మనము పోగొట్టుకున్నాం.
We have lost this social consciousness today.
వెస్టి
We think of society,
కాదు, నాట్ ఇండివిజువల్.
individual.
మనము సొసైటీతో ఉండాలి.
We should
సమష్టి స్వరూపం మనం.
be in collective form, samishti society.
నీవు పుట్టక పూర్వమే నీ తల్లిదండ్రులు ఉన్నారు.
Your parents were there even before you were born.
కాబట్టి నీ తల్లిదండ్రుల యొక్క సమాజం నుంచినే నీవు పుట్టావు.
So you are born out of your parents that belong to society.
కనుక నీకు పూర్వమే ఉండినటువంటి వారికి నీవు దానికి తగినటువంటి యొక్క కృతజ్ఞత అందించాలి కదా.
Should you not show gratitude to your parents who were present before
ఈనాటి
your birth?
మానవుల లోపల స్వార్థమే పెరిగిపోయి
Today in human beings there is selfishness on the rise.
కొంత సమాజ దృష్టి అనేటువంటి విస్మరించి
They have forgotten this social mindedness.
కృతజ్ఞత లేనటువంటి క్రూరులుగా తయారవుతున్నాం.
They don't have gratitude. They have become cruel.
దానివల్లే మన యొక్క విద్య కానీ, మన యొక్క శక్తి కానీ, మన యొక్క బుద్ధి కానీ సద్వినియోగపరచుకోవడానికి తగినటువంటి అవకాశం లేకపోతుండాలి.
So there is no scope to make proper use of our education, intelligence.
Hi, Ram. I think I need Brother Doug here to wake us all up. Is Brother Doug here? No, then I'll be Brother Doug. Sai Ram! That's more like it. I think we can proceed to the next part of the program now. Sai Ram, Doug, you missed it. So hope all of you are enjoying this wonderful Memorial Day weekend in this serene camp atmosphere. And what a great weather Swami has given us, right? As we know, the Memorial Day weekend is celebrated to honor our veterans for their selfless service and sacrifice. So let's take a moment to honor them in our hearts. Let's offer a silent prayer, just to honor them. We had a wonderful day yesterday, a lot of wonderful programs. We were fortunate to listen to Dr. Christian Meeves, and we ended the day with a mind-blowing musical program. Everybody loved the musical program? Yes. Yeah, we were very fortunate to have those wonderful musicians among us, and they all joined hands together to put something special for us. And among the musicians was also our guest chief speaker for today, Brother Sunil Kasturi. Brother Sunil, I first came to, I came to know his extraordinary gifted talent during our pilgrimage to Parthi in 2010. So there he put together a play, a musical play, and he directed the play too. And this was about the life of the native Indians with respect to their culture. And we all really enjoyed that program. There were so many SSC children. But what stood out was the songs. Amazing songs. And those songs still resonate within me. And my favorite was, all my relations, I am one with you. I still listen to that whenever I can. So Brother Sunil is not only a wonderful musician, he's an eloquent speaker. And I also recently learned that he's a great cook and also a marriage officiate. How about that? So a little bit more about Brother Sunil Kasturi. He lives in Auckland. He's been in Swami's fold for over 30 years. And he's been active in Sai organization in Chennai when he was growing up. And in the US, he has served across different regions, 3 regions actually, regions 5, 6, and 7. And he has spoken and conducted unison singing workshops at retreats across the US, and stresses the power of uniting our voices in singing his praise. As I mentioned before, Brother Sunil was the director of a children's play that was offered in Swami's Divine Presence as part of the USA National Pilgrimage in 2010. The play had over 100 SSC children from 10 regions in the States. He also led unison singing offerings at Prashanthi Nilayam as part of the USA pilgrimage in 2017. He completed undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering in the Birla Institute of Technology and Science, a master's in computer science from University of Iowa, and an MBA from Duke University. Sunil started off his career in product and program management roles in computer hardware software industry, and then moved to management consulting over the last decade. He's a management consultant at a boutique consulting firm, Propeller, with offices across the country. And it's my pleasure and honor to welcome Brother Sunil Kasturi.
Sairam, we're a small and mighty group this morning, so let's start with some singing. Repeat his name, Sai Ram, Sai Ram. Repeat his name, Sai Ram, Sai Ram. Say it with love, Sai Ram, Sai Ram. Picture his form, Sai Ram, Sai Ram. He is everywhere, feel him shining within you. Ram, 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 Sai Ram, 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 Ram. Ram, 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 Sai Ram, 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 Ram. Ram, 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 Sai Ram, 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 Ram. जय गंग जटाधर गौरी शंकर गिरिजामन रमणा शिव मृत्युंजय महादेव महेश्वर मंगल शुभकरण हे नंदी वाहना नागभूषणा निरुपम गुण सदना नटन मनोहर नीलकंठ नीरज दल नयना साई नीरज दल नयना गंग जटाधर गौरी शंकर गिरिजामन रमण. My most humble pranams at the divine lotus feet of our dear Lord, Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Swami, as always, act through me and speak through me. Jai Sai Ram. I want to start off by thanking Region 2. You have all been amazing hosts. You have all been amazing satsang. And the amount of effort that goes into putting together a retreat of this nature is not lost on me. So I just, we should first start by thanking Swami for giving us all this opportunity to get together in his name. And I would like to thank all of you for being such amazing, amazing members of this region. Sai Ram. The theme of the retreat is living in the present. And it is such an interesting theme because, we don't have any other option in many ways, right? We are living in the present. We are here, we are in this room. We are all physically at least present here. It's not like we are Swami and we can be in 6 different places at the same moment in time. Maybe we can as we develop our strengths in this area. But right now, in our human forms, living in the present seems pretty obvious sometimes. But it's also important to remind ourselves that we are not this physical body. By locking our bodies to a seat or behind a lectern for a certain amount of time doesn't necessarily mean we are living in the present. We just happen to be here at the moment. It may be happening to all of us right now. We may be sitting here, and our mind and our heart and our attention may be somewhere else. And this is human nature. And that is the challenge. And this challenge was made very evident to me even as Sister Aparna Chitturi called and invited me to the retreat. I've actually been meaning to come to this retreat for many, many years. Brother Sridhar mentioned I was here in 2010 getting ready to bring our offering to Prashanti Nilayam, working with the kids and the amazing parents and teachers and officers of this region. And they had told me all about this retreat. So I've been thinking since that time that I should come to this retreat. I'm also one that books my vacation fairly in advance. I'm very, 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 very particular, very passionate about vacation and travel. So Memorial Day is booked, is thought of in December, and Labor Day is thought of now, and so on and so forth. So I'm always traveling. This year, I had no plans, and I was like, I've been meaning to go to this retreat for such a long time. I'm going to go to this retreat, was what I was starting to think. 3 days later, Sister Aparna called me. And she said, Saira, I need to talk to you about something. And then she offered the invitation. And it is my practice that whenever I'm offered something in Swami's name, I always think about it. I always pray on it, and I take some time to respond. And Swami usually comes through in a very strong way and gives you a direction. So I told Sister Aparna, I will pray on it and I will let you know. And then I offered it to Swami. I prayed to him and I said, Swami, give me the direction. One day went by. I didn't seem to collect a direction. Part of it is our reception. Swami says, I am always there sending energy, but sometimes your vessels are like this. How can you collect anything if your vessels are upside down? Upturn your vessels and then you'll collect the message, my grace. So my vessel must have been upside down, but I was, of course, asking Swami, why haven't I got a message? And then one day, on the Saturday morning, and I think it's the same Saturday that the regional team was meeting, the retreat team was meeting for planning. I learned later. I'm walking my dog, and I had just gotten a text the earlier day from Sister Aparna that the message, or maybe it was that day, the theme of the retreat is living in the present. So I take my dog out for a walk, and I'm walking, and I'm thinking to myself, oh my gosh, I loved this theme that was presented to me, and I'm doing the exact opposite. I'm asking for these signs, and I am not even here to receive them. If they were around me, if it hit me in the head with a hammer, I wouldn't know because I'm not present. So I said, on this walk, I'm going to keep my eyes and my heart open, and whatever Swami tells me, I am going to follow. The first thing I see, like literally seconds after I say, I'm going to live eyes and heart wide open, a car passes me, and it's got the license plate holder in the back that says, be happy. I'm like, aha, the messages are coming. The vessel is turning. So it's like, all right, this is great. I keep walking. The four truck, there's a truck, I think it's a plumbing truck, or one of those big utility vans that are closed. And in the back on the window, it says grace. Just the word grace. I wanted Swami's grace, and the word grace is now staring me in my face. I keep walking. A houseless person crosses me on the other way. He's wearing a shirt. The shirt must have been given to him by a church because it's got, the scripture like John's 1:2 or whatever. It's got a scriptural notation and the words, give glory to him in the back. And I'm just thinking to myself, if living in the present meant all of these wonderful messages, how much I was missing out in life by just going about my day-to-day and not even opening my eyes to everything that was being offered to me. Give grace, give glory to him was the third message. And finally, I make it to the coffee shop. So the ritual is you walk the dog, you tie him outside the coffee shop, you pre-order your latte in your, on your mobile device, right? Cappuccino, latte, mobile device, and then they have it ready, and you pick it up so that and then you take the dog and walk back. As I walk into the Pete's Coffee, on the door is a sign that or maybe it was the next one, it was Jamba Juice next door. There was a sign that they were looking for help, looking for people to hire. But the way they said it, "You are the one I am looking for. You are the one I'm looking for," broadly. And so immediately I texted Sister Aparna. I was like, "Sairam, I'm coming. I'm definitely coming." So, this just goes to show how much is given to us in the moment. Those of you who are mathematical and and know geometry, or just anybody, there are 2 points in time, right? Our birth and our passing. What is the shortest distance between 2 points? It's a line. That's why we call it a timeline. We also know that in our timeline, we're not linear. We go up and down. There are things that happen. But generally, these 2 points are fixed. But one thing we learn in geometry is that along this line are how many points? Infinite points. And that's all our life is. A life is a collection of infinite points, all of which are the present. All of which are the now. All of which involve us living in the now. The source is from God. The destination is God. And every single stop along the way is God. Just like a line is a point in the beginning, a point at the end, and points right through. Right? That and taxes are the only 2 things we are assured in life. Death and taxes, right? So I've got a quote of Swami's here, and I always keep the quote, I copy paste it because I don't want to. You can misquote anybody, but you don't want to misquote Swami. So the quote, Swami talks about the value of this time, of this series of infinite points. And he says, time is very important. Don't waste time. Time waste is life waste. Time is God. He is extolled as Kalaya Namaha, Kalatitaya Namaha, Kalaswarupaya Namaha. Salutations to time, salutations to the one that is beyond time, Kala Atitaya Namaha. And salutations to the one who is the embodiment of time, Kalaswarupaya Namaha. So each one of these moments is an embodiment of God. So when is the right time then to start living in the present, to start integrating God into our lives in every moment? When is the right time? Brothers and sisters, the right time is now. Let us do it now. Let us not put away. There are people of all age groups in this room. There are, people of different genders, coming from different ethnicities, who probably grew up in different parts of the planet, different education. For all of us, uniformly, the time is now to really embrace the value of the preciousness of this time and the value of God in our lives. Swami says a Chinna Katha, and in his Chinna Katha, in Swami's inimitable way, Swami talks about a miser and a roof. And this one related to me, not the miser part, the roof part, should be clear. We had unprecedented rain in California, and lots of roofs were affected. Our houses aren't built. The Bay Area houses aren't built to keep water out. So there's a window leaking here or a roof leaking there. Everybody is sharing stories about how difficult the rains have been. And of course, last year we were sharing stories about how difficult it was without rain because the drought was so bad. So it looks like we're always sharing stories about some difficulty. But similarly, this miser had a leak in his roof. And the miser, it was raining, it was pouring. So the miser said, the time to fix the roof is not now. Why? Because it's raining. How can I go out there and fix the roof in the middle of all of this rain? So this is not the right time to do this. The rain stopped, the sun came out, the birds were chirping, glorious. The miser says, the time to fix the roof is not now. Why? It's not raining. Why should I fix the roof? So, Swami tells this Chinnakatha about the miser who always finds a reason why not to fix the roof. Similarly, we find every reason to not be in the present. And two big reasons are the two ends of the point, right? What has passed us and what is in our future. Those are the two things that keep us away from the present at all times. Swami, and in fact, a lot of different people have great advice about how to deal with both these things. How to kind of embrace this notion that the time is now. First, they talk about the past, right? So, Swami, and there's actually a Zen belief behind this as well, which is hold on to the past so long as to let it go. What is the meaning of that? Hold on to the past so long as to let it go. We all have things that we have learned in the past that's programmed into us, that there is a lot of different, it evokes lots of reactions in us, and we call it baggage, right? Sometimes we call it, we're carrying baggage, and we almost seem to know this is going to happen. Why? Because it's happened to me last time. We don't even open ourselves to the possibility that this time could be different. So, holding on to things in the past for too long is detrimental to us. It's really valuable as long as we're learning a lesson from there, and then we have the ability to let it go. The Zen saying there is, let the pain visit. So the first thing is, if there is pain, let it visit. Let it come. Take it in. Allow it to teach you. Let the pain visit. Allow it to teach you. Don't allow it to overstay. Those are the three things. Let the pain visit. Allow it to teach you. Don't let it to overstay. Our obsession with the past is this whole overstaying thing. It's a guest who came for a day and 2 weeks later is putting up clothes in the closet and hasn't left. That's how, if we dwell on the past too much, that's what that feels like. And then there is the future. This unknown part of our lives that we dwell, just spend a lot of time dwelling on it. So much so that we lose track of what is in the present. My mother tongue is Tamil, and there's a folk tale. It's called the Morkari Kada. So it's a story of the person who was she sold buttermilk. More is buttermilk, Morkari. And the story goes as such. This lady has an unusual yield in milk, and she makes more. She makes buttermilk. She churns the milk. She starts selling, and one day she is sold out. She's got pots of milk, and she's sold out. She comes back home, she makes another round of milk, and she doubles the quantity for the next day, puts it in a large pot, and then starts thinking about the future. The thing that we do all the time. She says, I have one cow. I sold all my buttermilk yesterday. And the Morkari says, today I will sell this big pot. I put it in a big pot, I will sell this. Which means I'll have enough profit to buy 2 cows. Tomorrow I'll make 2 pots. I will sell that. 4 cows, 8 pots, 16 cows, 32 pots. There'll be so many pots of buttermilk around me. So this is the future. With these pots, I will have a mansion. I will have enough profit to build a mansion. In this mansion will be a lot of people for helping me. There'll be people in the kitchen. There will be people who will tend to the cows. There will be people who will clean the house for me. In fact, there will be 4 women who will be massaging my hands and legs and giving me comfort. And really saying, be comfortable, be comfortable. And I will have to, and she does this with her leg, move my legs and kick them aside and say, please, enough. And she kicks her leg to show that. With that kick, she kicks that one big pot of buttermilk that she has right in front of her. So the foundation for this house, help, lots of money, cows, which was predicated on selling this pot of buttermilk is gone. The buttermilk pot breaks, there's no more buttermilk to sell. This is the analogy of our lives. In thinking and investing about the future, we are kicking away this precious moment of the now. And then on the other end, right, we have a finite amount of time to realize this message and to revel in Swami's teachings and love for us. How many of you know of this tale that was retold by Somerset Maugham? It's called Appointment with Death. It's also called Death in Samara. So it goes like this. I'll say it really quickly. This is about the inevitability of death and what, in order to talk about life in the moment, we have to get to the morbid for a second. Actually, it's very interesting. An SSC teacher in the center I grew up in India, it was called Tirumangalam in Chennai. Almost end of every SSC class, we were all 10 and 12 and 9 or whatever, she would always incorporate this thing about death is waiting for you. And we are children and we're looking at her going, oh my God, what's going on here? And then she would tell us why she says that. She says, use your life. This finality is common for all of us. There's actually another Chinnakatha as well. I'm jumping all over the place. There's another Chinnakatha where Narada goes to Brahma and Brahma asks Narada, what is the most kind of interesting, strange thing you saw on earth? And Narada tells, this is actually Swami Chinnakatha, Narada tells Brahma that the strangest thing on earth is people are crying when other people die and leave the planet, but they don't even know when it's happening to them. Like, it's coming to them. It may be the next moment, it may be a few years, it may be 20 years. But this crying for something that's going to eventually happen to them is the strangest thing that I've seen on earth, is what Swami says in this Chinnakatha. But the appointment in Samara goes like this. And we'll come back to happier things in a moment. It goes like this. So there is a merchant in Samara, and merchant in Baghdad. And his servant goes to the market to buy, let's say, baklava. We are in Baghdad. So he goes to the market to buy baklava. And when he goes there, he sees this shrouded figure in black. And it's got this ethereal look about him. The servant's carrying a couple of bags to load up said baklava. He sees this and he recognizes it to be death. And death gives him a look. He drops the bag and he runs back home. And he tells his master, I have seen death in the face in the market in Baghdad. And I could see he's coming for me. I'm getting away from here. Give me your horses, please, master, I'm getting away. The master outfits him with a horse, jumps on the horse, gallops his way to Samara, out of Baghdad, out of the clutches of the inevitable death. Then the master is like, what is going on here? So he goes to the market, and he walks around the market until he sees this shrouded figure in black with the ethereal quality. And then he goes up to him and he says, are you Death? Death says, yes, I am, very much so. He says, you startled the person who works for me. And this person actually was so startled that he's left Baghdad. He ran away. And Death says, oh, that person works for you. And you say, I startled him. I am the one that was startled. And the master says, why? And Death says, I had an appointment with him in Samara this afternoon. I was startled to see him in the market here. So that is the inevitability of death. There are some things we can't escape. And along this path of life, what are we doing in every moment? What are we doing to embrace the present is the lovely and unique and beautiful challenge in front of us. There is a very, Swami is the guide. Right? Swami is the guide. And I was thinking about all of the times in my life where he has given this value of the present. And it actually harkened back to my first ever trip to Prashanthi Nilayam. It was in 1990. We had gone to a wedding in Bangalore. It was around Onam time. And my mother was the spiritual anchor of the family, and she was the one who has brought us all along on this journey. So I have many, many thanks to my mother for all that she has given our family and kind of created this love for Swami and his teachings. So my mother said, we have a day, we're in Bangalore already, let's go to Puttaparthi. I was neutral. My sister was excited. My dad was a little against, but he knew it was not PC to be against. So he just he's like, okay, we'll go. One thing my dad loved was driving. He loved the car. He loved to jump in the car and drive place. So he's like, oh, okay, extra drive. Chalo, let's go. So we set out. We set out from Bangalore. And my sister was actually in a very challenging time in her life. She had finished her undergrad, and she was actually applying to colleges in the US, but she hadn't heard back for master's programs, and she hadn't heard back. She was an engineer. She'd applied to mechanical and industrial engineering courses. And this was September. This was almost, classes were beginning in the US in a couple of weeks. So she was kind of embracing this sense of, oh, I have to figure out what's next in my life, and it's not what I thought it would be. Meanwhile, I think Swami was setting the stage to, you think you want to go to college in the US. I am telling you, this is my opportunity to grab the entire Kasturi family. My will and my mission is bigger than yours. So your coming to the US, Savita, my sister, is just a tool for me to engage this whole family and bring you into my fold. Was Swami, Swami is thinking, eons ahead of all of us. Talk about living in the present, but still having this divine strategy, divine mission. So we go to Prashanti Nilayam, and the living in the moment comes in a second later. But one thing that happens is Swami at that time would throw chocolates in 1990. One of the chocolates lands on my sister's lap. She grabs it. She lets her energy, her divine energy in the moment prompts her to speak and says, she turns to my mother and she says, Amma, I'm going to the US to study. This year, I'm going. Swami has given me a chocolate. My mother, of course, is very encouraging of this energy. I am still neutral. My father, maybe not so much. She's like, how can you go? It's next week. Like, how are you going to, let's be real here. It's kind of his energy. But my sister is convinced. Without going into that story too much, this happens on a Saturday morning. The next Sunday, she is in the US. 7 days later, we come back from Prashanti Nilayam. As we open the gate to our house and we are parking the car, there were lots of miracles on the way also, even getting home. We're parking the car and the phone is ringing. We open the door and we run in, and it is my uncle who lived in Chicago, who was telling them she's got her I-20. It just came. We don't know how it just happened so late. Can she be here next Sunday? And then between that Saturday and the next Sunday, there are so many things. There's the visa, there's the loan, there's the this, that. Everything got settled and she was here. Again, Swami made lifetime believers of us using this really small, very powerful incident, right? So, but the moment about living in the now, back to Prashanti Nilayam, we are leaving the ashram. And we are leaving the ashram and we see, we're seeing a bunch of people gathered around the outside of a building as we're leaving the ashram and we're heading out. We don't even know at that time that was the college, right? We have no idea. We are so new to Swami, so new to all this. Part of our reaction is irritation, that the people are spilling onto the road, and we're trying to maneuver around them and get to the road. We have a 10-hour drive back to Chennai. But my mother lives in the moment. And my mother says, if people are gathering here for no reason, Swami must be involved. This is what she says, living in the present. Dad is planning for a 10-hour journey, and Dad's like, hey, it's 5 p.m. How are we going to do this to India? Mom is like, this is something. Take this in. It's something. It means something. So we kind of stop the car. We are trying to figure out what's happening. We pull over. We get out and we ask somebody there. And they say, oh, Swami's coming. Swami's come. Swami's inside. He finished darshan. We all took darshan of Swami and we are getting out to go. And Swami's actually in the hostel. He's paying a visit. He's there. And so we immediately say, oh, it's an opportunity to get one more darshan. So, back in the day, there were these little cutouts in like the cement wall. So we're all peering through the cutout. And in a distance, we see Swami coming out of the hostel and get into his red car. Immediately, we jump into our car. So we're like, okay. And then Swami gets in, we can't see him anymore. So we are like, okay, now Swami will go back to the mandir and we can be on our way. We start our car. Swami comes out of the hostel, and instead of turning right and going to Prashanti Nilayam, he turns left. Swami is there, and our car is here, and there is nobody in between. So we're like, we should just follow this car. So we start going slowly at a distance. Swami's car, our car, we can see the lovely silhouette of his hair through the back window, through the back pane, and we begin to follow him. He goes for miles. We follow him for miles, our own little private darshan. We know 4 bhajans. My mother knew more, but I knew 4 bhajans. We're singing those 4. Vittala, Hari Vittala, Srinivasa, Venkatesha, like again and again and again, like, just keeping this energy with Swami. He goes, and then he stops in so many places because the villagers come out and they all, they salute Swami. And then he takes a U-turn to go back to the mandir and he gives us a palm raise and a blessing because we can see right across into the car. We did not know it then, but my mother's grabbing the moment and encouraging us to live in the present gave us this divine opportunity, of spending time with Swami, and in turn, Swami guiding the way for us, for our lives. That is the metaphor there. That's what was happening. Swami was not just guiding the path with his car, he was guiding the way, the path for our rest of our lives. And that is such a wonderful feeling. And since then, Swami has played a part in every aspect of our lives, whether we have chosen to understand it in the moment or not. But this is such a, it is such a kind of revelatory moment. It happened once more. In 2010, when we were offering the play, the Native American play in front of Swami, there is a protagonist in the play. And she is Medicine Eagle. And she was played by Abhishek, a boy, who we had to, there was lots of conversations about a boy who was about 10 or 11 years playing the role of this ethereal woman, and he did a wonderful job. But he was actually dancing in front of Swami. And Swami called the student standing next to him and asked to be wheeled away. The boy froze because he's just, he's putting his heart out. There's a lovely eagle song that he's singing and dancing. And then he froze. And as Swami left, he looked to us. And all of us were like, keep going, like, just keep going. So he kept going. Swami returned 2 minutes later. The show went on. He came back without missing a beat. He enjoyed the rest of the offering. He took lovely photographs with the children. He created a connection with the children that is lifelong for them. So it was very special for them. But again, if I think about, if the lesson in following Swami's car in 1990 was that he was leading the way to our lives, the lesson in 2010, as we know, Swami left his physical form in 2011. The lesson in 2010 was, I may not be around, but the show must go on. I may not be around, but the show must go on. What is this show? This show is all of us that are holding him in our hearts and our minds. We have a role to play, and we have to play the role. And we have to play the role in that moment, bringing it back to living in the present. We have to play that role in that moment where we are called on by Swami to do something, as this child very well did. Swami also shows up in your life at times when you really, really, really need him. And, there's the story in the Mahabharata that as Draupadi was being disrobed and losing her dignity in front of the hall of her elders and her peers, she actually calls out to Krishna in many ways. And when she finally calls out to Krishna as the resider in her heart, Hridaya Nivasi, Krishna appears and saves her honor. Like that, Swami also, in moments of our life, if we, and again, we have to ask for his grace to integrate him into the present. It is a choice to some extent, but it is also something that we have to, it has to come to us in the moment. And how do we train ourselves to do that? By asking for his grace, right? So similarly, there are times when we have, because we have maybe conditioned ourselves, asked for his grace, and he has shown up in an amazing way for us. One such incident was with my parents. And, my parents used to live about 80 miles away from my sister. And they would both drive the car and go meet my sister and come back. They actually managed a property, so they would come back and manage this property 80 miles away. And once when they were coming back from my sister's house, it started raining torrentially, and that led to flash floods. Now, my parents are not listening to the AM channel. They're probably not even looking at the sign that's flashing that says, tune into this channel for the weather, because they're listening to bhajans. So bhajans are playing, they're reveling, they're driving, and suddenly they're realizing, oh, this rain is a little more than what we bargained for. As they're driving, they get into a flash flood situation. The water lifts them off the road. This is the freeway, I-90, by the way. I-90, freeway, 2 lanes on either side, speed limit is 70. Water lifts them off the road and brings them across the other side. So they're now, they're on the other opposing traffic side, and then deposits them in a ditch. And the water is not stopping. The car starts to buckle this way. They struggle to unbuckle themselves. They somehow do it. And they push themselves to the back seat. And they're sitting there, the two of them, and seeing the water level rise within the car. At that moment, a number of things could have gone through their mind. A number of things could have gone through their heart. They could have been freaked out and stressed out of their minds. But they, I think because of sadhana and because of divine grace, chose to live that moment in a certain way. And they looked to each other and they said, Swami has given us such a wonderful life. Thank you, Swami. If this is the end, I'm so happy I'm with you. They actually articulated this thought between the two of them. Suddenly there were flashing lights. A cop came, broke the window, pulled them out. And they see their car buckle in underwater and be gone. The cop surrounds them with, keeps them warm, brings them back to their house, and then tells them, we didn't know you were on the road. There was a flash flood warning. We didn't know you were on the road. There was this random person that crossed us, stopped their car and told us, I think there's a blue car behind me. I saw them a few miles away on I-90 and I haven't seen them since. And then this person went off and he used these words, it is a real miracle that you are alive today. And then he said, and then in the newspaper the next day, it was also reported as miracle saves immigrant couple on I-90. It was a local newspaper. It had a panache for kind of hyping things up a little bit, but still, I thought it was lovely that the word miracle came into play. And I think this is another illustration of how much we have to practice to be in a state of mind, to have that level of connection with Swami in the moments that matter. There's a Tamil song. It is Nambik Kettavarevaraya, but there's a line in that song that says, when the time comes for us, we're not going to be in a state of mind to ask for your grace. Avan Peyer Navil Varade. His name will not come on our lips at that time. Adaninal Maname Indre Shivan Namam Solli Paragu. So what that is, because of that, because it won't come to us in that moment where we need it, just say it today. Practice it today. Do it now. Now is the moment, right? When we have come to this understanding that it's extremely important for us to find our way to God, God that is within us, the time is now. And how is the time now? Because if we wait for the time, for this opportune moment in the future, when we start getting connected with the divine within, we may not be in a state to do that in an appropriate way. So the time is now, is what the song says. And I think that's another important part of, that even in a moment of danger, Swami gives us presence of mind to connect with him. तुम बिन कोई नहीं आपत सहारे, तुम बिन प्रेम कोई नहीं देने वाले, तुम हो मेरे आत्मा राम बाबा, भगवान तुम्हारा नाम। साई राम घनश्याम भगवान तुम्हारा नाम, साई राम। तुम बिन कोई नहीं रखवाले, तुम बिन कोई नहीं आपत सहारे, तुम बिन प्रेम कोई नहीं देने वाले, तुम हो मेरे आत्मा राम बाबा, भगवान तुम्हारा नाम, साई राम तुम्हारा नाम, घनश्याम भगवान तुम्हारा नाम। To again root us on Swami's quote, and one that was shared in the very beginning of our session here, the past is past, the future is uncertain. The present is not an ordinary present. It is the omnipresent. What can we do to experience this omnipresence in the moment today? Swami is a master of words. Swami is a master of acronyms, right? ABC, always be cheerful, always be careful. CIA, constant integrated awareness. Yesterday, Brother Christian shared Sai Baba is in itself an acronym. So I thought, I was putting down some notes this morning and I thought, how about an acronym for this for us? And so I tried to organize all my thoughts into an acronym. And the acronym that came to me was Swami. Swami. How do we live in the present? Embracing Swami. And what does this Swami stand for? I thought. The first thing that came to me was see. S for see. What should we be seeing? First of all, physically, we should be seeing up because our lives are here these days. You go to the airport, I fly out a lot. Whether it is a group of people traveling as a family, whether it's a group of people traveling for work, whether it's Sunil himself, our necks are always in this position. So, forget the bigger picture. We're not even seeing the picture, like what's right in front of our nose. We're not, oh, you came. Oh, I see. Yeah. Hi. Why? Because we didn't see them enter. Because our noses were in our phones, in our devices. So I think the first step for living in the present is to lift ourselves up figuratively, but also physically. And I think it is so important to do that and see what is around you because there is so much opportunity for inspiration to be received. I was in Madrid one time, and I traveled there with my sister's family and my cousin's family, and I had reserved a house for all of us, and there were some rules about collecting the key. So we all took, we'd all come into the central square in Madrid. They were all grabbing a cup of coffee, and I said I would take the responsibility to go get the keys. And, had my Google Maps out, was taking this train. I board this train, and there are, it wasn't a very crowded train. There were a few passengers, but two of them caught my notice. One was a gentleman in his 60s, or maybe early 70s, and you could see that he had had a good life. He was wearing a nice suit. He still had his hair, for which I was slightly jealous. But this hair was slick and in place. It was salt and pepper. He had a little pin, on his, that seemed to be like a semi-precious stone. His shoes were shining. His belt matched his shoes. You always know when that happens, they've been paying attention to what they're wearing. So there's this spick and span man reading his newspaper, seemed retired, was heading somewhere. And then just on the same road, you know how the local trains are. 2 seats here, a row here, 2 seats here. There was a houseless person, a person in transition. He was wearing clothes that didn't fit him. He looked unkempt. His hair was tousled. The food that he had eaten had spilled, and the stain was still, on his, you know how it is. Like if you're eating something with peanut butter and jelly, and the jelly drops, and this person hasn't paid attention, right? And is having an episode. He is having a slightly psychotic episode because he is talking to nobody and getting more and more emotionally and slowly physically active as well. My first reaction, I knew the Google map. What was I going to navigate in a train? I'm going in a train, I have to get off at a stop. There's no navigation to be done. But my first reaction was, I'm going to just keep looking at my phone. Because this could become an episode where, this person approaches me, or comes out and talks to me. This was about 15 years ago. And then I slowly, something prompts me to lift my head up and look at this man. And I notice he's not coming to me, but he's starting to edge towards this other man. In this moment, I have a Swami moment. How many of you have that? Where you're doing something and there's this fragrance of jasmine and this light breeze where there's no reason why there should be a breeze. And there is this, and you are convinced that there is a presence of something divine here. Like Swami's in the room is how I would say it. How many of you have had that experience? Irrespective of where you are, just the sense of, yeah, I see people. So people in the room can attest to the fact that I'm not crazy. So I'm having this, I know this is important, and so I know the importance of just enjoying this. He goes closer, and actually my mind is vacillating a little bit. Is this gentleman really, this gentleman looks up from his paper like this, and this man is coming closer to him. And this man suddenly puts a hand and does this to this gentleman. And I am really nervous at this point, because at this point there's like other people in the train, like I said, but we are in a section to ourselves. So I'm really nervous. And so this gentleman asks the unhoused person, what? ¿Qué? In Spanish, of course. We are in Madrid after all. Let's not forget the setting. ¿Qué? And this person is not intelligible in his response. He goes closer, inches closer. And he stands up and starts, making big, it's not aggressive necessarily, but it's big. He's having an episode, these big movements. The man in the suit stands up as well. And I'm like, oh, Swami, why have you pulled me out? I see your presence here. Why have you pulled me out of the devices? This is going to be, what is the lesson here? The man looks at him kindly, looks into his eyes, grabs him, and hugs him so tight. In the middle of this train in Madrid, grabs him and comforts him, starts doing this to him. The impeccable man in the suit had obviously taken care of more than his hair that day. His heart was in the right place. And I can feel Swami's presence, and I am sobbing. And before I know it, I'm actually singing a song, I think aloud. So I have this problem. I very often don't know if I'm singing aloud or not. And then people are like, why are you singing? I'm like, wait, I was singing? So this could have been equal parts aloud or to myself. But I realized that I was in a train and I had to celebrate this Swami moment. And it was Spanish Swami, right? We're in Madrid. So the words are, un solo Dios reinará, un solo Dios nos amará, un solo Dios eres tú, mi Señor. Jesucristo Mahavira, un solo Dios y nada más. Jehová Olah, Brahma Vishnu Shiva Sai, Zoroastro Guru Nanak, Mazda Buddha Narayana, Satya Sai Baba nos unirá en una sola humanidad. Un solo Dios reinará, un solo Dios nos amará. Satya Sai Baba unites us into one humanity. One God reigns over us all. One God loves us all. That was the message. W. W is for wear your heart on your sleeve. Wear. Don't take life seriously, too seriously. Wear your heart on your sleeve. Really, really, really embrace this notion of life as a game. Play it. In 2010, as I said, we went and offered this play to Swami. And in 2009, I had the opportunity to be in Prashanti Nilayam for Christmas. And so we were sitting in Christmas, and a number of stories happened. But, there were two things that happened, once in 2009 and once in 2010, that talks about Swami's how he just is in the moment and having fun with you, and how we should be very much like that. When we live in the present, let's give ourselves joy. Swami, we finished offering the Christmas program to Swami, and we were all sitting around. So Swami asked for pedas or laddus, some sweet to be brought out. And since we were sitting in the veranda, just in front of the veranda, offering it to Swami, we got it first. We were sitting like this and watching Swami. And we were just in raptures. We had just, about 700 of us had made an offering together. Carols and songs and all of these beautiful ways of experiencing the birth of Christ, Holy Christmas in Swami's presence. We're sitting there and Swami looks at us and we thought he was going to give us a nugget. And Swami says, eat. That was his nugget. And then he smiled. It's like, what are you paying? What are you all having this serious expression in your face? I gave you a peda, eat it. So he said, eat. And then similarly, we talk, there is actually now a young adult from this region who did the role of the turtle, Nikhil. Did the role of the turtle in the play in 2010. And so Swami, as I said, I shared with other groups yesterday, Swami actually came and took a photo with all of the children. So he took a photo with the children. So he's in the middle. All the kids are in costume. There are eagles and deer and bears and people in Native American gear. They're all standing around Swami. Lovely photo. And then Swami got wheeled back and was sitting in the veranda, just waiting. The fans were going. I remember the breeze was blowing. It was July. It was warm. And so at that point, Swami actually, we didn't know what we were waiting for. But Swami had asked for that photo to be developed already. That photo was gone to the labs. We didn't know that. Like, we were just sitting. Because Swami's timeline is Swami's timeline. Suddenly it comes back. And he calls up the turtle and gives him, the turtle's like, doesn't like understand what's going on, Nikhil. And Swami gives him the photo. And then he takes the photo and he sits down. And there again, Swami's like, the in the moment living life humor. Swami says, share. Like, Swami with his eyes does this. And then the photo gets circulated and everybody's looking at the photo. It's very beautiful. So, Swami tells us like how to kind of infuse joy in our lives on an ongoing basis. Wear your heart on your sleeve. That's the W. For me, the A is act. Act now. And there's another A, which is ask. But let's go with act now. In that same Christmas trip that I talked about in 2009, and this again came up in some other conversation yesterday. Did Swami spend more time gents side, ladies side? Why is Swami in the middle? Is one of the kids' questions. And this story came up to me last night. That's why I wrote it. We actually, during Christmas, there was a very tiny pathway. You're sitting, Swami's in the center, and the men and the women are sitting, all the mics are set. We expect Swami to go like this, right? Across and around. There's a tiny pathway between the men and women that leads up to the veranda where he can take a seat. We are sitting in this, we're sitting and I have the corner seat and, and there are sisters on the other side. There were sisters from Malaysia. And I remember very clearly there was tiny specks of like grass. The dried grass on attached to the carpet. Something that we would do with a lint roller, right? So attached to the carpet. So we were sitting. So I started thinking about Swami, Om Shri Sai Ram, Om Shri Sai Ram, and I started pulling the specks out. The sisters on the other side saw that. They started pulling specks out on their side. Soon there were a crew of 2 or 3 people on either side. All of the singers that had the access to the corridor were pulling specks and making this, it was a little sadhana of sorts. We were cleaning up this carpet. Swami came in his wheelchair. And some of these visions are so, if you're in the moment and you get them, they never leave your mind. He had his hands here on the armchairs of the wheelchair. He came through the ladies, and we thought he was going to go through the men and take that U-turn. Swami did this. The wheelchair turned and came right to us. And we had the most exquisite 20 seconds we just, so close to the God. People were taking Pada Namaskaram. People were enjoying Swami's divine fragrance, the lovely kind of coolness that is around Swami as he walks. Having such an amazing time. And I think that came from that action. Instead of sitting around and maybe planning for the future, maybe we were just using that time to do something so small that felt so right in the moment. But he pays attention to the details. He is the God of all of the universe, the big parts and the small ones. So there is this sense about acting now. And then there's the asking. And you know what my favorite asking prayer is? It actually comes from this region. It is, Swami, please be with me, help me and guide me. Please be in my heart and make it compassionate. Please grant me bhakti, mukti, shakti, strength, strength, liberation, so I can be strength, devotion, liberation, so I can be Sai. Strength, devotion, liberation, so I can be Sai. Thank you, Swami, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, Swami, from the bottom of my heart. Region 2 children wrote this song and put it in tune. And it's become my prayer, because that's all you want in life. You want Swami to be with you. Swami, please be with me, help me, guide me. Such a powerful song for the ask aspect of it. That's the thing we should be asking for in every moment. The M and the I, with minutes to spare. The M is a mute. Let's mute it. Let's mute it today. Let's mute our instinct for gossip. Reveling in the news that is not ours, to revel in or to share. I think we all get a little energy out of it. Let's just embrace it. We do. And it's not good energy. So let's just also embrace that. Shirdi Sai said, he pointed to the pig when he talked about gossip. And he said, just as the pigs are eating the dirt, a person who is gossiping, he said, is enjoying themselves on dirt. Do we want to do that? It's a very stark message, but I think it's a message because that's something we can do in the moment. When we have that instinct to talk, it's in our 9-point code. Swami could have put anything in the 9-point code of conduct. This is there for a reason. It takes us away from our focus. It robs us of our divinity for that moment. It allows us to experience inequality between us and our brothers and sisters and the rest of the planet, and we don't need to give it space. We take every opportunity to stop that. Swami, another acronym he uses is WATCH. And very often the sequence is purify your thoughts, purify your words, purify your actions. But sometimes you can go, for good things, you can go in any order. So you can purify your words right now. If you've got a thought even, don't share it. Don't give it space to grow. Don't put it in somebody else's head. Don't create an impression of a person and another person when one didn't exist. I feel very strongly about this personally as well. And so, muting ourselves in the moment. Take that mute button and press it. Don't say things that don't better the conversation. Right? So I think that's a really important way in which our, Swami, Shirdi Baba, lots of people have given us so much good advice in that space. And then I will end with I. S through M is us acting, us doing, us thinking. See, wear your heart on your sleeve. Act now, ask now. Mute your potential to gossip, potential for those bad thoughts. And I goes to the root of who we are. Inspire. Not seek inspiration. Inspire. You, I, we have the ability to inspire. We are in this room recognizing it's a lovely day out. There are lots of options available to all of us. We are here because Swami has chosen to pull us and, more importantly, keep us. Keep us together and keep us with him. So, when you have been afforded this amazing divine opportunity, it behooves us, it necessitates that we pay it forward. That we actually give ourselves permission to be divine. We don't say, but if, although, however, every now and then, let's embrace a moment to inspire. Act kindly. The walk of kindness, the kindness sadhana. Make a choice to be kind. Really, really think about how Swami is in us and acting through us all the time. When I came back from India, after having this amazing opportunity to offer a play with over 150 children from 10 different regions in front of Swami, I was very humbled. I did not know it was in me. I was a 30-something person, not the fittest ever. I hadn't danced. I mean, I danced at like weddings and whatnot, but I hadn't learned dance. I hadn't directed plays. I hadn't worked with children in that capacity. I hadn't written and set music. But Swami makes a mute man talk and a lame man walk. And Swami is the life force behind all of us that can really achieve anything we want. So all we have to do is ask for, please act through me. Let me be you. What will you do in this situation? And Swami gives us that guidance. And this was very, very clearly put to me when I came back. And then there was a period without any dreams. And then I had a dream. In that dream, I was conducting an orchestra in Purnachandra. Talk about self-importance. Like I'm sitting in front of, everyone's in tuxedos. There's a cello, there's a brass section, there are violins, there are even these cymbals, and I'm conducting in front of this orchestra. And Swami is actually sitting, and he's part of the audience, he's sitting in the middle. And as I am conducting, Swami starts walking up the stage. So I'm conducting like this now. Swami walks onto the stage. I'm still conducting. And then Swami's out of eyesight in this dream. It's a dream. Swami's out of eyesight. And then suddenly, I am looking around and Swami is in the position I am in and he is conducting. So Swami is conducting and he's exactly taken over the spot I was in. Swami is conducting in his physical form, and I am watching him. And here the message is, if some good, positive, what you deem to be amazing things happen in your life, it is I. I am doing it. I am the wire puller. I am the director. I have complete control of your life. That is the message there. So I want to end on one thing. Let us not think time is ever wasted. Swami is kalatitaya. He's beyond time. There are lots of examples where he controlled time. We have this amazing entity and power to access. We can't have wasted time. He controls it. So we can tap into that energy and say, let my time be useful and fruitful and guide me, Swami, that way. Kalatitaya Siddhirupaya Yogishwaraya Namo. Jagatitaya Vishwarupaya Saishwaraya Namo. Om Namah Shivaya Shivaya 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 Namo. Om Namah Shivaya.
शिवाय नमो
कालातीताय सिद्धिरूपाय योगेश्वराय नमो. Thank you, Swami, and thank you to everybody. Sai Ram.
Sairam, dear brothers and sisters. So following brother Sunil is like driving in a very small car behind a very large truck. You just get pulled into the wake and the vortex behind it. So thank you so much for lifting us from any moment that we've been holding on to onto the present moment. So I think all of us enjoyed it. I now know to look at license plates for messages, as well as the job boards outside Starbucks and the peaks of the world. But the real point is that messages are everywhere. And as he so beautifully put it, if you just turn the vessel the right side, I think the message will just percolate and fall in. We loved all your stories, the story of the miser who never found a good reason to fix the roof, whether it's raining or not raining. The amazing wisdom from the Zen masters to let the pain be. Accept it, learn from it, and don't let it overstay. What a beautiful message. And living forever in the future and kicking the pot of buttermilk, I'm going to forever treasure that. And your own experiences with Swami, be it following the car or the show must go on, even in his physical absence. Those were not only poignant, but very touching for all of us. Now, how to interpret Swami's words that it's not an ordinary present, but it's omnipresent. The Swami's words are so pregnant with infinite meaning that one must forever ruminate on it to derive the messages he means for us. And your story from Madrid brought that to light, gave us a framework to think about those interpretations of Swami's words in our own lives. So thank you for that. And we love the acronym that you brought to all of us, what Swami means to see, to wear the heart on your sleeve, to act now, to ask now, and to mute the unwanted discussions that benefit none, and to dare to be divine, to inspire. I think that's within the reach of all of us. So thank you so much once again, brother. Let's give him a big round of applause. So on behalf of all of you, I'll just take a leaf of Brother Sunil's book and ask Swami that may we have more chances to interact with him and to learn from his experiences, and may we forever live in the present. Sai Ram.
and get settled in for the next program. So I request all of you to be seated. We're in for a treat. We have the SSC program followed by YA cultural program. So please be seated. There's water at the back of the room. It's very hot outside. It's important to stay hydrated. So please, get some water. And we'll have snacks too, in maybe an hour or so. Thank you, Sairam.
living in the moment to me means that just being present with the work you're doing and not thinking about what you're going to do next or what came before that.
Right now, in this very moment, where are you?
So living in the moment to me means
What are you doing? You're sitting in the devotion hall with your family, friends, and fellow brothers and sisters. Right now, you are here because you want to pray, serve, and support the devotees around you. Right now, in this
Sairam, everyone. So it is our, wonderful fortune that we get this chance to present in front of you all. The YAs got together this year to think about this theme of living in the present, and we really wanted to ask the question around what are our challenges of living in the present? As YAs, we are always taking what we have learned in our SSC years and putting them into application. And so what we thought we can do for you today is kind of, take those questions that we may have, idea of living in the present. We had, both Brother Christian and Brother Sunil kind of talk to us wonderfully about the principles that we can use in our everyday life. And the YAs in YA fashion are looking to see how we can kind of take that and put it into practice. And so we've put together a program here. It's a play, and in which we are looking to kind of see what this question means and if there's any possible solutions to how do we put ourselves in the present and how do we continue living in the present. So with that, I present to you our program. Thank you so much.
Right now, in this very moment, where are you? What are you doing? You're sitting in the devotion hall with your family, friends, and fellow brothers and sisters. You are here because you want to pray, serve, and support the devotees around you. But where is your mind? Is your mind where your body is? Is it focused on the task at hand? Or is it thinking about school or work or the multitude of other worries bothering you? Are you living in the moment? Come, let's take a trip through time as we follow 3 different characters at 3 different stages of life, all faced with the same question. Am I living in the moment? On behalf of all the young adults of Region 2, we present to you the gift of today. Our journey begins with a college student named Maya, who's working extremely hard to ensure a successful future. After spending an entire childhood shuffling from school to Kumon to SAT prep classes, she's finally secured a seat at her dream school. After getting there, however, she has not relaxed. In fact, her academic stress has become an even larger source of anxiety for her, and she started pushing away anything and anyone that will take her away from her new best friend, her textbooks. Anything that isn't related to college has become frivolous to Maya, a distraction that she cannot spend time with. And every distraction gets in the way of her succeeding on the exam. Will Maya's intense strategy work out?
I have to ace this exam. My entire future depends on it.
Hey, I'm going to center. Do you want to come with me?
I can't take a break. We have our exam coming up.
Maybe going to bhajan today will help relax you. Come with me. It will help.
No, I'm okay. I'll see you later.
Okay, everyone. It's time to start the exam. You will have 2 hours to complete it. Good luck and do your best.
All right, I studied hard. I can do this.
Time's up. It's time to put your pencils down.
Many hours later.
Welcome back. I have your exams graded and ready to hand back. Well done, everyone. However, some of you didn't quite make the grade.
Hey, how did it go? What happened? Oh, Maya, I'm so sorry.
I don't understand. I studied so hard for this exam and I still failed. I even skipped hanging out with friends and social events just to study.
I know how you feel, but Maya, you can't just spend all your time studying. You need to find a balance between work and play.
But if I don't get perfect grades, then I won't get into a good grad school or land my dream job.
Yes, that's true, but you also need to take care of yourself. You are more than just your grades.
No, I can't just relax and have fun. I have to keep working hard and studying. I don't understand why I can't just do well. Why does this keep happening to me? I spend all of my time studying and doing work, but none of the work pays off.
Maya, you can't keep putting so much pressure on yourself. You are going to burn out if you don't take a break.
I can't take a break. I have to be perfect. You don't understand.
Okay, I get it. But I am here for you and I'll support you no matter what.
One week later.
All right, we have studied enough for tonight. It's time to relax.
I can't take a break.
It's Ria's birthday and she is having a party and we have to go. It will be so much fun and it's the perfect break for you.
Should I give myself a break? Do I finally deserve one?
As Maya ruminates on her failed exam that she now has no control over, let us dive into the lives of 2 young financial analysts. Aditya and Avinish work at one of the most competitive investment banks in New York. In the financial world, the first-year analyst role is considered to be grueling, and Aditya and Avinish's jobs are no exception. Every day, they put in 12-hour shifts to try and seem more qualified than the others in the eyes of their boss. The constant monitoring of the markets is slowly getting to them. Spreadsheets haunt their dreams. Bloomberg headlines are the first thing they see when they wake up. Aditya and Avinish are tired. They haven't seen their friends in weeks, and they're hungry for a promotion. However, one of them is letting their values get warped by their intense work a little more than the other. In the end, which one of them will be more satisfied with their life?
All right, everyone.
Thank you for your time. I'm sure that the next few weeks of hard work will bear fruit despite the uncertainty in the markets. As long as we keep an eye on the charts, every day, every hour, every minute, we will never be behind the rest of the street. You're all free to go. Aditya, Avanish, can you stay back for a second, please?
Sure, no problem.
Of course.
Jake got a better offer at Goldman, so we have an associate position opening up soon. I'm letting you know now that you are both the top contenders for this position.
Thank you for letting us know. But we can't both be the top contenders.
That's true. I'll be keeping a close eye on both of your progress in the next couple of weeks. Your performance over this time will be what decides who gets the promotion. I want both of you to work very hard. Put in the hours. Stay on the phone with clients. Get the job done. It'll be hard, but at the end of it all, one of you will be sitting in the corner office. Eyes on the prize, gentlemen.
Wow. These next few weeks are gonna be rough. I don't think I've even seen my friends since March. My parents haven't seen me in even longer. When was the last time you went to Sci Center?
You need to stop worrying so much about all these useless things and stay focused. At least try to make this a challenge for me. I can already see my name on the door of that corner office.
You're right. Corner office does sound pretty nice. I'd finally be climbing up that ladder. I'm just worried that the grind won't stop there.
Whatever, man. I'm gonna get back on the phone with that client. Hey, Sahil. Hope you're doing great. I've just got someone trying to offload their entire position in General Motors shares for $35 per share. You want in?
Hey, Aditya. That sounds a little too good to be true, doesn't it?
You're right. It definitely does. 14 cents below market value is pretty low. Maybe even too low. I think the sellers think something bad is going to happen to GM, but they've been known to be a little antsy in the past. Still, it's your call. I don't want to force any decision to buy or sell on you.
You know what? Our analysts don't seem to see what the big deal is. GM's a safe bet in this new manufacturer-focused economy. You haven't let us down in the past, Aditya, so I think I'll trust you on this one. I'll buy all 10,000 shares.
Sounds great. Thanks, man. If anything goes wrong, call me immediately and I'll set it right. Just made a huge sale. I haven't been this productive in my whole life.
Hey, that's great, man. I just made a sale too. I think I'm done for the day though.
Really? Just like that? Don't you care about that promotion? It's only 7 p.m.
I know, but I made plans with my friends to go hang out. I just can't say no again. I've really been putting in the hours this week, you know?
Wow. And here I was, thinking I'd have to fight for this job. Whatever, man. Have fun with your friends.
Hey, man. Want to come out to dinner with the group tonight? We haven't seen you in a minute. We miss you.
I don't know, Yash. I should really stay back and put in some more hours here at the office. I really need that promotion, man. You know how it is.
Actually, no, Aditya. I don't know how it is. You never make time for us anymore. If work is that important to you, you can't even take 2 hours off to come to dinner with us? That's fine. I hope that promotion is worth it.
You've both been working very hard at this past few weeks. I don't even see you leaving the office. Are you all even getting sleep?
No, actually. I need to drink 4 energy drinks a day to stay awake.
Well, all that's irrelevant. Both of you remembered to keep your eyes on the prize at whatever cost, and I highly respect that. There can only be, however, one analyst promoted today.
Well, we both worked hard. No matter who gets the promotion, I'm just glad we brought some good business to the company.
I absolutely love that mindset, Avanish. You're a great employee. But I've decided to promote Aditya to be my new associate. Congratulations, Aditya. Your performance this past few weeks has been remarkable. That massive sale of GM shares really brought in a lot of money for us and helped strengthen our relationship with the clients. You did good.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm glad that you're happy, but let's not get complacent. The real work starts now, and your responsibilities have just doubled. I expect to see you in your new office bright and early tomorrow, working on even bigger deals. And Avnish, if you want that promotion next year, I suggest you invest in 8 energy drinks a day. Adios.
Finally, I've made it. All that hard work, after all those hours sacrificed. I should take my friends out to dinner with my bonus. Let me DM them real quick. What? They're hanging out without me? I never even got an invite. What's the point of all this? Big promotion, huge bonus, but no one to share it with. Do I pick up this phone and keep this charade going? Or do I try to fix things with Yash and my friends?
While Aditya looks within to find an answer about his present, let's take a peek into the Yadav household. Neil is a devoted husband to his beautiful wife Priya and a doting father to his enthusiastic and intelligent daughter Roma. Neil and Priya came to America with nothing but a few rupees in their pockets and the chappals on their feet, and worked extremely hard to build their wealth. Years of honing his computer science skills and long overtime hours have made Neil indispensable at his IT firm, and he now enjoys a high enough salary to send his daughter to a better coding camp than the one he got to go to as a child. Neil provides his wife a comfortable lifestyle and his daughter a great education, but it's never enough for him. The financial worries of his youth have haunted him to this day. Now he is racked with anxiety over providing for Roma's future. But is this well-intentioned worry what Roma really needs?
I can't believe how expensive college has become. We really need to start saving up for Roma's future now.
I know it's a huge financial burden, but we will figure it out.
We better figure it out soon. We don't want Roma to be saddled with student loans for years. You remember how much we struggled when we first came to this country? I can't have all our hard work we put into our careers and building this family come crashing down just because we didn't put enough money in the bank fast enough.
Okay, I agree. How about we start budgeting and putting money aside each month?
Each month? It's not enough. We need to invest in stocks, real estate, anything that can grow our savings faster.
Let's not rush into investments without proper research. We need to be careful. Besides, we have quite some time to sort this out before Roma goes to college. There is no need to get so worked up.
Ugh, careful? We don't have time to be careful. We need to do whatever it takes to secure our child's future.
I understand, but we also need to be realistic and not put ourselves in financial jeopardy.
Hey, Dad!
We're going to be in financial jeopardy if we don't start thinking about our future now.
Hey, Dad! I think I forgot my pencil.
I say let's go home after center today and draw up a plan about this, because there's no better time to start than now.
Okay, sure. If that's what you want to do, then we can.
Guys, I think I left my...
What? I'm talking to Mom right now. Give us a second.
That's okay. We are here already. Let's get down.
Okay, well, what did you want to say?
I wanted to say I forgot my pencil, but it's fine. Hey, Manju auntie!
Hey Rama, so good to see you. Have you been? Sairam, nice to see you both.
I have so much to share with you.
Oh, well, let's save it for the class so everyone can hear. Do you want to say bye to your parents before we head inside?
Oh, right. Bye.
It was great to see the whole family at the last soup kitchen service. It was so fun to have the children in the kitchen.
It was very cute to have them serve the meal as well. We all could use the break.
My back aches so much when we are done. It's never hurt so much after any other meal I have cooked.
Because you haven't cooked many meals to compare it to.
Please try to come next month.
We will definitely try. We are keeping a meticulous schedule these days with so many events to go to, and the little one doesn't slow us down either.
Even among our other commitments, we want to keep them as a priority. Everything we do it for them to flourish and have a better life.
Speaking of which, here comes our little ones. SSC must be done.
We are going to the aquarium. It's going to be huge. Huge. There will be fish, whales, and sharks. But I want to see the jellyfish.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Why jellyfish?
Because they are the oldest creature on the planet. And they have no bones. And they are really cool to look at.
It sounds like you're going to have a great time at the aquarium.
I also really want to see the penguins. Ask me why?
Why do you want to see the penguins?
Because there are 19 different types of penguins, and they dive to 300 meters underwater.
What are you talking about, kiddo?
They were just telling me about the trip to the aquarium next month. Will either of you be chaperoning the trip?
Which trip is this again?
Are you sure you're going to the aquarium next month?
No, it's this month. Remember? You signed the form for my class 2 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So I was saying that all the kids did so well at the last service activity. I think you all should come again.
They go on so many activities. How do we keep them all straight?
Yes, kids can keep you busy and active. No need to count steps on anything. Just run behind them. But like they say, they're only this age once.
It's sometimes so hard to plan their breakfast, lunch, dinner, and weekend parties, and school trips and after school activities.
And there is their future. We are getting old. We need to secure their future.
And then in all of this, we are tired. There is barely time for us. Sometimes it's really overwhelming.
One step at a time. Yes, they will grow in front of your eyes. Today they are little and tomorrow off to college. But they are still your kid, right? Don't stress too much and be patient with yourself.
Oh, look at the time. We should go in for bhajans.
Wow, time passes by so quickly. Sairam, see you all in the hall.
But most of all, I really want to see the fishies with one of you at the aquarium. Will one of you come?
Of course, one of us will come. That would be great. It will be like when we read the rainbow fish. Yes! If we are not spending time with her,
Then what are we planning for?
Instead of living in the moment, I was too focused on the past.
Instead of living in the moment, I was too focused on the future.
Instead of living in the moment, I focused too much on the wrong thing in the present.
It can be hard to let go of something bad that happened, even if you know that thinking long and hard about it isn't gonna help you.
The future can seem scary. It can take the joy out of the simple pleasures of everyday life.
Even when you're focused on the here and now, there can be far too many distractions keeping you from paying attention to the things that matter most.
You need to find a balance. Remember the lessons of the past, plan for the future, but always center your present around love and kindness for family, friends, everyone else, and of course, Swami.
It is your thoughts and actions in the moment that create your future.
Detach yourself from worries and regrets. Yesterday is history.
Tomorrow is a mystery.
Today is a gift. That is why it is called the present.
I've been thinking about time and where does it go? How can I stop my life from passing me by? I don't know. I've been thinking about family. Now it's going so fast. Will I wake up one morning just wishing that I could go back? I've been thinking about lately, maybe I can make a change and let it change me. So with all of my heart, this is my prayer. Singing, oh, Lord, keep me in the moment. Help me live with my eyes wide open. 'Cause I don't wanna miss what you have for me. Singing, oh, Lord, show me what matters. And throw away what I'm chasing after. 'Cause I don't wanna miss what you have for me. Keep me in the moment. Oh, keep me in the moment. Keep me in the moment. I don't wanna miss what you have for me.
Living in the moment to me means that just being present with the work you're doing and not thinking about what you're going to do next or what came before that led you to this moment, and realizing that this is the situation you're in and making the most of it.
One way I practice living in the moment is doing what I love. So like when I'm singing or when I'm doing bhajans and things like that, I'm really grounded in myself.
I practice living in the present by trying to think about
exactly what's in front of me without too much of a recollection of the past and too much of a thought of the consequences of the future.
To me, living in the moment means actively listening to nature and to the people around me by using my five senses. I do this by minimizing distractions like phone usage while in nature or with other people. And this brings me closer to Swami by being able to tune in to those around me while my life is occurring.
Living in the moment means being aware of your senses, being aware of your presence in the world, and letting go of any attachment. I get to appreciate exactly where I am, who I am, and what I'm experiencing.
Whether it be I'm working in the day or at the gym in the evening or taking my dog on a walk, I'm fully immersed in that activity and that activity only.
Living in the moment brings me closer to Swami because it helps me better appreciate the world that He's created for us and the Swami that's in everything around us.
Living in the moment to me means trusting the process. It means that I can tune into my surroundings and know that right here in the present, I'm exactly where I'm meant to be.
Trying to balance keeping myself busy and trying to take a moment to process the present.
Living in the moment means to be just present in that moment, not think about the future results or whatever has happened in the past.
So living in the moment means to step off the gas pedal and just kind of slow down and enjoy everything around you. I know it gets easy to just get caught up in the future and what comes next, and I practice this by, I guess, just when I'm realizing that I'm anxious, I just try to take a deep breath and look at what's around me. And I believe this brings me closer to Swami because it gives me more time to do things for Swami, like sing bhajans or meditate.
Living in the present to me means that you don't worry about the future, you don't worry about the past, and you can smile in the present. I think the best part about it is that if you can really smile at every experience that you get, even though if you think that this is a terrible experience, then you smile, take a breath, and then you just realize, wow, thank you, Swami.
For me, living in the moment means being happy for no reason in silence. If I'm being in the moment, I'm always with Swami.
For me, living in the present is forgetting about your past and not to worry about your future much.
Do your duty continuously, irrespective of whatever is the situation you are in. Just follow your duty and do the right thing.
Sairam, everyone. I just wanted to hear it from everyone. How was the program from our YA team? So just wanted to hear it from everyone. Please make a big noise. Sairam, 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 Sairam. Thank you so much. Truly feels so awesome to be here with my fellow brothers and sisters. I feel so joyful and grateful to Swami. It just happened. It's just like a big miracle coming true, right? We had all these big pieces, but trying to see them all, Swami is actually putting each and every pieces together and trying to actually witness the joy in front and as well as behind the screen. Like we had so much beautiful moments. So I want to thank our beloved Swami for making this a big thing for all of us, and it's very close to me as well, because this program helped me to learn, and I'm truly going to take some message out of it. And we are hoping to have the same thought. We wanted to pass it to everyone who is attending the retreat today. Hope everyone takes that message. We do want to live in the present, like always Swami says, right? We have to live in the present. The present is the reality, right? As you, they have beautifully shared that thought. So I cannot emphasize more. They did their job very well, all our crew members. So I'm sincerely thanking each and every one of our young adults from the region too. Sairam. And also we have joined, like there are a few more YAs who actually were not able to be there, but still like there are YAs who contributed their thought about living in the present. We wanted to thank them, all the sisters. because it was the last minute request and everybody said yes. Every one of them said yes for the recording. So thank you so much for that. So with that being said, and we would like to have our next program, which is a fun SSC program. We are really looking forward to that enjoyable program which is done by our kids. And I'm thinking there's going to be a surprise element. We'll wait and watch. So with that, after then we have our bhajan medley and the closing prayers. With that, we wanted to turn it over to SSC. Sai Ram, thank you so much.
Sairam. Just bear with us. We're just working on some technical difficulties that really helps us to live in the present. So, but what a wonderful, wonderful YA program. And we'll work on the technical difficulties or technical logistics. But I think one of the things that I want to bring up here is as we get set to start the SSE program, I have to use these cards because we are practicing, right? And the YAs did an awesome, awesome job of completely rewriting my script. They taught us so much in this half an hour that I had to completely rewrite the script. See, we are SSE, we look up to the YAs, right? We look up to the YAs, and that's why they are here. And you know, figuratively also, they were on the stage, our children a little on the ground. We have to look up, right? And as we live in the present, YAs taught us a lot. And what we are planning to do is once we figure this out, we will say we continue to practice, right? And we continue to practice as SSE.
To all humanity, bringing our love to all.
Let's go to the first slide. I think it was a signal for me to stop speaking. Okay? Open it up and just, yeah, thank you. I'll ask you to click when. Okay, Sairam, 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 everyone. You know, I had a childhood dream to come in and sing in this devotional hall, and it still is a dream. Okay? So I'm going to say, Sai Mata Pita, Dinabandhu Sakha, Tere charanon mein Sai mera koti pranam. This offering is on behalf of all the Region 2 centers, groups that have SSE and don't have SSE. But what is SSE? SSE is Sai, spiritual education, right? But it is all about, hold on, we have to walk together there. Go ahead, guys. We are offering this lotus at Swami's lotus feet. And the lotus is made by SSE children of 9 codes of conduct. And we have the true SSE representation, a child, a teacher, and a parent. We'll allow them to offer, so please bear with me. So it's interesting that Prem, who is possibly, 2 years old, I think 2 years young, is from Richmond. And for me, I selected the name because Swami said Prem will come. And Prem was ready to go, and Prem apparently starts his day in Baba's room every day. So it's nice to see that. And we have the offering. Again, this is a practice, right? So I ask you to see this as a practice, but also join us in this practice. The SSE theme or the retreat theme of living in the present is basically the fundamental of what Swami has given us as principles of human values. But how do we practice them? And this is where I say my script completely got changed because the YAs did an awesome job of showing us how to practice, but what are the challenges you have? And we will continue to have these challenges. With Swami's blessings, all the centers, all the regions, they accepted embraced a code. They practiced. They lived the code, and they're going to share their experience. So this is not a play. This is not a skit. This is actual experiences of people who have practiced the code, how it was challenging, what they have learned, and please see this as a practice. And then acknowledge the practice and take it away and see what we can do. We all seek peace, right? And we want to do that. So in seeking peace, shanti, 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 one of the best things we can do is we can all become instrument of peace. And I learned from the musicians here that if the instrument is not tuned properly, we can't reach harmony. We can't play harmony. So the idea is we are offering living in harmony. You can live in present, but if you're not in harmony with yourself, with the community, with the family, life is not that much fun. And Swami has given us some wonderful, wonderful, wonderful messages, right, in this 9-point code of conduct. They work. And the centers will show you how they work by practicing. Why, as I've already showed you that? Only if you choose, right, that they can work for you. A thought starts, turns into words, and turns into actions. We will share the practice of how they have embraced the code and lived the code. Allow me to move forward and start our program again at Swami's lotus feet. Sai Ram.
We are the youth, the future of the world, with human values as our guide, and our teacher Satya Sai. Beacons of light will be to all humanity, bringing our love to all, responding to the call. Love all, serve all, help, ever, hurt, never. Oh, Sai Ram. We are the youth, the future of the world, with human values as our guide, and our teacher Satya Sai. Beacons of light will be to all humanity, bringing our love to all, responding to the call. Love all, serve all, help, ever, hurt, never. Oh, Sai Ram. We are the youth, the future of the world.
Sai Ram. Good morning. It's wonderful morning because I see all of your absolutely smiling faces. Can I request one thing? For just a few of you who are very, very fortunate to get that cell connection here in this campsite, can you just close that? Because I want you to be living in the present, right? And why do we want you to living in the present? We want you to have an immersive experience. Why? We'll talk about that a bit later. Ever since Brother Chetan quoted something in Sanskrit, no, not that. Maybe. I've been trying to come up with something pretty smart, which will kind of be nice to start, but will also summarize what I'm going to say. But you know, by now, I'm struggling, right? And the one which comes to my mind is the great bard Shakespeare, to be or not to be. This phrase is about choice, a choice between being and not being. More about that a bit later. Is this the second item I'm going to tell you a bit later? Oh, and I also know all of you are very anxious to know why I am toting the toolbox. Just call it bit later number 3. If I forget, remind me. See, one aspect of living in the present is also living in harmony. The simple definition of living peacefully rather than fighting or having conflicts. In harmony with ourselves, with our family, with our community, other human beings, and with the universe and the nature around us. Our SSC theme this year for this retreat is just that, living in harmony. But how do you achieve this universal harmony? What will get us there? Who will tell us? Is there an app for that? And we realize pretty soon that there really is an app. An application that Swami graciously gave us, the 9-point code of conduct. It's a complete gem. It's called the code for a reason. It's a set of practical things you can apply to your life. It is an app, so it's an app, right? That, if followed, will make us live in harmony. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that is the mystery of this yellow box. The 9-point code of conduct is a toolbox of 9 very useful tools that are readily available to us to work on ourselves. How do you talk about a toolbox? What better way than to talk about how the tools are used, right? That is what. And we have a lot to talk about the tools. That's what our teams will be doing today. For the last few months, as we all got looking into the 9-point code of conduct in earnest and in detail, the beauty of it struck us more and more. Its order sequence, the ingenuity of its hidden messages, the simple phrasing. There's a lot to be said, and our teams will say them. What we are presenting today is not what the quotes are, but how we followed them and the impact it had on our teams. To extend this further, we sincerely hope our experiences, yes, what we are presenting is our experience, will have an impact on you as well. And we are sure it will be an immersive experience for all of us. So that takes care of 2 items in the 3 bit later items. And that phrase, to be or not to be, I talked about. You know, you can reread this as to use or not to use. It's a choice, as I said. You know, in our quest to be better human beings, living in harmony and living in the present will, with all the beings around us, the 9 point is our choice. It's up to you whether to use it, use the toolbox or not. Like any toolbox, using or not using, that is entirely up to you. But all of you know that using the right tools will get the work done faster, better, and more accurately. You can do the work without using the toolbox, but the results may not be as predictable. Mostly it will be like my work. The 9 point in front of us, simple, elegant, and practical, and when followed sincerely, it is bound to make us better human beings. When you watch the SSC program, I request you have that aspect in your mind. What we are telling you is not what it is, but how we used it and the impact it had on us. Please share with us later the impact it has on you. You may have noticed that I took care of all the bit later items. I'm already stealing this timeline from my friends and making them a bit later as well. So with that, I request Sharon and Manya to start the program. Thank you.
Sairam, sister. Now we are really ready to start, although a bit later.
Yes, correct. Now that we are here, what is our next item?
I don't know. I'm kind of confused.
What is the confusion? We are doing the 9-point code of conduct. We are one of the designated MCs, and the 9-point code of conduct is a well-known guidance from Swami.
I know. My confusion is, where do we begin? Each code is so well said and so important. I don't want it to sound as though I'm putting one code before the other.
Aren't you, as usual, overanalyzing the situation?
Now that is judging me. Mother Teresa said, if you judge people, you have no time to love them. So let us focus on the present and act on our role to introduce the program. You see, these devotees are living in the present. And the best way one can do that is to practice the 9-point code of conduct.
Thanks for your gentle reminder. I will go ahead and spell it out for you. When Swami says something, every word has a meaning. Every word order or phrase order is important and has its own significance. So why not begin at the beginning? Start with the first code.
Don't catch me saying it again. You are smart. That is what is following the code in spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard our discussion. As many of you know already, we, the SSC team, are presenting the importance and the practicality, the benefits of the 9-point code of conduct. As my sister said, we will begin at the beginning, and we would love to involve all of you as well. For the next 1 minute, we ask you to participate in our silent sitting. Please get into a comfortable position with your back straight and with your eyes level, and look at the flame. Take a slow, deep breath, and then exhale slowly, and continue to breathe slowly and deeply, and feel yourself in the present.
असतो मा सद्गमय असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा अमृतं गमय
That went well, don't you think? We all collectively practiced the first point of conduct. Sairamol, and thank you for your silent participation.
100%. Considering everyone was so quiet.
I get it. I must tell you, you are good sometimes. Only sometimes, though.
I will let it pass. The next code states devotional singing and prayer with members of the family once a week. Any insight?
Funny you should ask. I was actually thinking that this order of the 9 points can be looked at from many angles. For example, look at it from a time perspective. Swami starts with daily meditation and goes on next to weekly devotional singing. And as you go further, you will see the expanding timeline. As he always does, he guides us gently but surely in the path of spirituality. The idea is that if the practice is continuous, you will progress towards a better version of yourself.
Seriously, you are smart. Let us invite our friends from the Richmond Group, Virginia, to present what they have on this code.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we have the Richmond Group on weekly devotional singing with your family. Please welcome them.
Our humble pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Bhagavan and loving Sai Ram to one and all. We, the Richmond Group, is grateful and thankful to Swami and all of you here for giving us this opportunity to talk on Suprabhadam that we do every Saturday morning from 6:50 a.m. to 8 a.m. Just to give you all a historical context behind how we started Suprabhadam. So one of the grandparents came to US to visit their children and they started doing Suprabhadam every day morning and the YA got inspired and the YA group started doing it first within themselves and then gradually it got a center activity. So for the host family, it is always, very special morning because they decorate their home for welcoming Swami and other devotees for Suprabhadam. And I would like to share something else also saying that, people who are not in Richmond also attend the Suprabhadam through Zoom. So they say the energy, the positive energy they receive with the Suprabhadam is immense and they love it. So now we have our SSC children who will be, talking about the sequence, how we do the Suprabhadam and the significance of each segment. We'll start with 21 Omkarams.
21 Omkarams. Om is the verbal symbol of God. Swami has called Om the real-life principle of every person. When chanting Om, we are calling God and affirming that we are God.
Om purifies mind, body, and spirit. Om helps me stay focused and calm.
Suprabhatam is an auspicious prayer that is offered to Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba at dawn. It is the day's first prayer. In Sanskrit, the term Su means good and Prabhat means morning. So Suprabhatam means good morning.
Here we invoke Lord Ganesh with a small prayer and chant Ashtotram. With Ashtotram, we make a garland of 108 names of Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba. When you do Namasmarana with such courage and conviction, you're bound to meet success in all your endeavors.
Gayatri Mantra is the most auspicious mantra. It contains the essence of all the mantras. If you chant it wholeheartedly, then you will never face any hardships or difficulties in your life. Through Sai Gayatri, we pray to Sai Parameshwara to guide our intellect and engage us in righteous and auspicious activities.
Bhajan is a spiritual practice to quiet your mind and connect with the divine. Swami says to sing bhajan with bhavam, talam, and layam. I love singing bhajans with my friends.
Arti is a way to express love and gratitude to Swami. Arti is derived from the Sanskrit word aratrika, which refers to the light that takes away all ratri or darkness.
So after Aarti, we close with the closing prayers, and now we have, Brother Sairam who will share a recent experience about Suprabhata.
Sairam, want to share a recent, very deeply personal experience with you all. A few weeks ago, it was my birthday. My mother passed away a couple of years ago, and I really missed her that morning. And our family signed up for Suprabhatam that particular Saturday. And just before we started the bhajans, my mother-in-law decided to bring my mother's sari and drape Swami's chair, on Swami's chair. We didn't even talk about it. Actually, I didn't even know that she's going to do that. I didn't tell my family that I'm really missing my mother that day, but it just happened. It's the way that Swami appeared like my mother that morning. Just a beautiful way to connect with Swami, and I really cherish that moment, the way it happened.
So sometimes we do Suprabhatam outdoors when the weather is pleasant, and it actually creates a good bonding within our small group. And again, sometimes we do yoga, meditation, and small satsangs along with a small cup of tea and a breakfast. So we enjoy it a lot, and above all, the divine vibrations which we are left with after Suprabhatam is priceless, and it is retained until next week we meet. Sai Ram.
Thank you, Sairam.
That was a very good recap on family devotional singing. What do you say?
I say it was very good. The next code is, of course, very dear to our heart. Participated in SSC by children.
You know, I was reading the text of the code, and Swami does not mention any timeline in this code, like daily or weekly.
I think it is because the frequency of SSC classes are not always strictly weekly. Also, Swami knows that children are dependent on their parents for getting them to the class, and he is imploring the entire family for regular participation in SSC classes. So, this code applies both to the parents and the children. Also, participation in SSC is not limited to the class timing only. It is about the application and practice of what you learn in SSC as a family.
At the cost of repeating myself.
Were you going to say, I'm smart?
No, although it is right. I wanted to say that Swami has thought of everything, and that should not be surprising.
Agreed. As we are used to zooming through our days, we invite our Charlottesville team to share how they embrace this code in their daily lives.
Sai Ram, Namaskar. I'm Santosh. I represent a small yet wonderful Sai family of Charlottesville, Virginia. A small, quick personal note. Owing to some life events, I was quite apprehensive about making to this event. but thanks to infinite preordained divine grace, I'm here. And looking at all the love and the positive vibes as a first-time retreater, I couldn't be happier, and I'm truly, truly overwhelmed. I think I was meant to be here, and it is my honor and privilege in equal parts to be representing the Charlottesville group. I present to you a bouquet of short videos wonderfully put together by the children and adults alike of the Charlottesville Samiti, underlining the essence of realizing the importance of following the code of conduct as a unit. Professor Mayuresh Abhyankar introduces this video in his crisp and concise style. I hope all of you appreciate and enjoy it. Thank you, Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. We are Sri Sathya Sai Group of Charlottesville, Virginia. The code of conduct chosen for our group was that of Sai's spiritual education by children. As adults, we decided to bring to the light the code of conduct and encapsulate the life application of gratitude. One way we tried to do this was through writing gratitude slips. Through the following collage of videos, the children and adults will describe their experiences.
Our children learned the value of service, which they try to implement in their school and the college and in their lives. They were trying to support especially the single parent families' children who are in need of some moral support and who are lacking in faith, self-confidence, and also were not doing well in studies. We also try to inculcate the same thing, but we try to do that with the elderly people who are all alone, to keep talking to them and then fill the basic needs, going for shopping, some prayers.
We had our children learn the value of speaking the truth, following our conscience, and without having any guilty feeling, righteous living, and peaceful interactions with the family members and the members of the community. Selfless service to the community. This way, we benefited from that, having spoken the truth all the time. That gave us a very noble life.
Penance means self-punishment, but punishment is a very big word. So what I think is, penance means when you make a mistake, you try to fix that mistake. I always have a hard time catching the bus on time, and now I'm slowly getting better at it. And I always like to sing the bhajan Mother or Mother Sai Ma because it corresponds to my life application.
Learn multiple life applications through SSC. When we apply this as a family. One such example is we started doing prayers before going to bed as a family to think about Swami before the day ends.
To see Swami in everything and everyone. In union with God, it is essential to see Swami in all the good and bad situations. This way, your mind will always be focused on Swami.
I quickly found out how difficult it is to form new habits. But on a few days that I wrote down the gratitude slips, to write down your sadhana on a daily basis. There are so many people and there are so many things to be thankful for. Writing down your daily or journaling your sadhana on a daily basis helps you in your journey in a much faster way.
Kindness cards. Every day on a small slip of paper, I wrote down one thing that shows kindness towards others or even myself, such as, today I will show kindness to people even when they are being mean to me. Or today I will try to be more happy and not let anything negative come in my way. A way how I remembered this was I carried a small slip of paper in my pocket.
Gratitude slips, Soha meditation, and listening to bhajans daily. These sadhanas all help me take a moment in my day and focus on finding peace rather than thinking about anything else. I enjoy the practice of listening to bhajans daily, and I continue to do so as well today.
Writing gratitude slips has helped me remember so many people and situations in my life that have helped me grow, to be ever grateful to everyone and everything around me.
SSC classes have always taught me what Swami says about things like lying and keeping your desires down. Life applications have probably helped the most. They get the jabam, meditation, so of like devoting stuff to God, vampire energy projects. Like the vampire energy has helped me save energy in the house. Meditation has helped me stay calm and feel more peaceful. So is basic meditation, but it helps a lot. And then things like Likita Japam, it helps you feel connected to God.
Whenever we do anything, we should surrender it to Swami, trust that he'll take care of whatever needs to be done, and accept the outcome, regardless of whether it looks good or bad on the surface. We had to make a card with the words surrender, trust, and accept, and place it somewhere that we would see multiple times a day. I was able to remember to surrender the task that I was doing to Swami, which helped make tasks less stressful. Pray for others was to chant Om or do some form of meditation at least once during every day. This would help me better get started on completing a task, whether it be homework or just doing something for fun.
I am grateful for the earth with abundant resources that it provides us, and not just us, to all the living beings that are around us, to water, because without water, we would not survive. Fire, because fire is such an important element. We use fire for cooking. We need fire to keep us warm in cold nights. Wind is something, or air is something that we breathe, and without air, we would not survive. The limitless sky around us. Sky teaches us to be selfless and limitless.
We are very grateful and happy that we are able to realize the goals of our SSC as individuals and as a unit. We only hope to grow from here, learning from our experiences and mistakes. Saira.
Wow, I really like that presentation. Even after all these years in SSC, it continues to teach us about how SSC can benefit us in many positive ways.
Agree. It is a learning platform for SSC gurus as well. They always told us that they are learning along with us.
The next code is participation in community service programs of the organization. Why do you think it says of the organization?
If you ask me, I would like to think that it is because Swami is emphasizing the power of harmony. When multiple people do good things together, it enhances the good feeling you have. There's another thing I thought of.
What is it?
This order of 9 points we were talking about. One way to look at it is from timeline, like daily and weekly. Another way Swami has presented these is from self to community. The codes will go from individual efforts like meditation to getting children to be part of the organization, and then parents to be part of the organization. And as we go farther, Swami expands this to the entire universe.
Awesome. I never thought about it in that dimension. We have to watch our time and our presence. Who is on next to tell us the benefits of participation in service programs?
It is our friends from Pittsburgh. They're all ready to go.
Sairam, humble pranams from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We have 1/2 students from each SSC group at our center. So lovingly, our group 3 and 4 students helped interview and compile videos of our center members, asking them how do they feel partaking in service activities and other organizational activities within the Sai community. And so lovingly, we got so many responses, and we have our SSC students here to help describe some of the ones that were just written and not on video. Sairam.
Sairam, our center members feel transformed after partaking in organizational activities like food or clothing drives, ecological work, bhajans, etc. This is because it helps us live in the moment and recognize divinity in everything. In some ways, it reminds ourselves that we are only an instrument and that the action is one where God is taking care of His creations.
Point 4 is about your dedication to Seva. So, your participation in Seva, such as global links or cooking for the impoverished, will ultimately strengthen the bondage between you and God. Before service projects, the attitude is one of prayer that the effort that we put in is successful in helping those in need, and that any service we provide reaches those most in need. After the project, the attitude is one of thankfulness and gratitude and to God and for giving us the opportunity.
While singing bhajans, our center members describe thinking of Swami and feeling calm and sincere. Bhajans help regulate our emotions. Sairam.
Sairam.
Siam, thank you.
The first person said, the service projects were more or less a way for me to get
I always liked the service part of Sci Center, and I learned even more from our Pittsburgh friends.
That is correct. As everyone knows, Swami has made education, seva, and devotion all primary pillars of a center or group. The next code is about devotion. Participation emphasizes once a month at the center devotional singing. I'm sure that you noticed that the timeline has now moved to monthly.
I did notice, even without your emphasis. On the other hand, do you see that the order is now moving from individual, part of a group, to enjoying the activities of the group?
Oh, that is right. On that note, let us enjoy the importance of participation in devotional singing from our friends at Scotch Plains and Central Jersey. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. हरि भजन बिना सुख शांति नहीं, हरि नाम बिना आनंद नहीं, हरि भजन बिना सुख शांति नहीं, प्रेम भक्ति बिना उद्धार नहीं, गुरु सेवा बिना निर्वाण नहीं, हरि भजन बिना सुख शांति नहीं.
Do I have to stay for bhajans contest if I'm not going to stay for bhajans? Yeah, I feel the same way. You don't like bhajans, children? Well, it's just that we do bhajans at home. We come to SSC class, and then we sit for bhajan practice, and then stay for bhajans too. Is that really necessary? I mean, I understand the SSC values, the need to reflect, It helps us become a better person. But what does singing bhajans have to do with becoming better individuals? I just don't see the connection.
Great question, Ayush. Does anyone want to take a shot at answering this? Actually, I think listening to bhajans is just another way of keeping good company. In a way, it is an extension of SSC because we are taught that we are the company we keep.
That's true, but only if you understand the meaning of the bhajan, right? I find it very hard to believe that everyone sitting in the bhajan hall understands every word of every bhajan.
It's true that knowing the meaning helps pay attention to bhajans. But my mom says that each word we sing or recite has a power to it. Saying the word or singing the song inherently produces positive vibrations, even if we don't know the meaning. The positive effect of the vibrations surrounding us is what I mean when I say listening to bhajans is keeping good company.
Wow, another great thought. While it's true that bhajans produce great vibrations, Swami also says that understanding the meaning is important for the individual. Singing without understanding the meaning is mechanical because the singer is singing without feeling. Feelings, melody, and rhythm are all essential for singing.
During bhajans, I actually do read the meaning displayed on the projector screen.
Okay, but I don't understand the meaning, and I don't like sitting in one place for so long.
Yeah, but maybe this is a practice to build discipline? Actually, bhajans are the only time I get to sit in one place for so long without thinking about anything else. It helps me feel calm. The tune, the singer, the accompanying instruments all keep me balanced. And when I am calmer, I'm not impulsive. I become mindful of how I react and respond to people. That's how bhajans help me become a better individual.
I understand the whole vibe thing, but why do I have to stay for bhajans at the center when I do weekly bhajans at home? So what do you guys think? Are center bhajans meant to replace family bhajans and prayers?
I think the right answer is they're not meant to replace home bhajans, but I don't know why.
Anyone want to help him out?
I think when we do prayers and bhajans at home, we are welcoming God into the house and creating a divine atmosphere where peace and love preside over the household. But singing at the center is a way of purifying our community to generate positivity and well-being for the whole world. Look at it as channeling your devotion to help others. Both are equally important.
I remember Swami's quote, "If you sing alone in your shrine, the vibrations return to you as a reaction. But in group devotional singing, what you have is not a reaction, but a wave of vibrations. They enter into the atmosphere and purify the polluted air."
Wow, I could not have come up with a better explanation.
I completely agree. I would also add that when we come together and we play the accompanying music and rhythm to the singer's song, we are practicing unity.
That's another lesson we learned in SSC class. We're better together than we are apart. Yes, the whole is greater than the sum of its part.
Yes, beautiful. So you guys were listening to the SSC classes. Thank you, Swami. Our efforts are bearing fruit.
Also, I see the concept of unity in thought, word, and deed all coming together when we lead. I know that when I lead at home, I have to focus on the lyrics to ensure it is in tune with the music and the beat. Being attentive to the beat involves thought. Singing entails the word, and the act of clapping corresponds with the action.
And all of this requires focus. It is focusing without realizing we're focusing. It's effortless. This is great, children. You all have talked so much about positivity, peace, focus, unity, and acts of service. In addition, devotional singing is a way of expressing our love for God. Let's invite Sibo Auntie, our SSC teacher, to share the devotional experience she derives from bhajan singing.
Yes, my experience.
Do I have to stay for bhajan contest if I'm not going to stay for bhajans? Yeah.
My experience about bhajan started when I went to the first trip. I was introduced to Swami Puttapatti. I stayed in 2.5 months. And that time, frequency, the bhajan, Hari bhajana bina sukha shanti nahi. I heard that, and it was a very difficult time for me at that time. I was encountering a difficult time in my life. And I took every effort to sing bhajans whenever I am free. I stayed in Puttapatti for 2.5 months at that time, morning and evening Swami's darshan. All the time, whenever I was free, I sang bhajans as much as possible. So it started with Hari Bhajana Bina. It removed a lot of my problems. And then I started feeling attracted towards Swami. Swami looked so beautiful. So I was very casually, very naturally, I was able to sing. Sayi Sundara Sundara. That bhajan singing, it started with Namasvaranam. It destroys our bad karma. And then it brought attraction and love for God. And yesterday, I could experience the importance of group singing than singing alone. It really melted my heart down to earth, and it felt like, Swami, your feet is more than enough, like Sundara Padam Sai Padam. I felt the nothingness, and I felt so peaceful inside and blissful and sacred and all the divine feelings I got yesterday. Just when I come to retreat, I see a change in our feelings when we sing. So that is one reason to not only sing at home, but to sing at center as well. And when retreat, the energy is even more. And let's chant the name of the Lord, and everyone get blessed. Chant the name of God. Sing, please join us. Chant the name of God. Sing the glory of the Lord. Chant the name of God. Sing the glory of the Lord. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Call him Allah, oh Buddha, Jesus, Jorasa. Call him Allah, oh Buddha, Jesus, Jorasa. Say Ram, Rahim, Rahim, Sainata. Say Ram, Rahim, Mahavir, Sainata. All names and all forms choose anyone. He is all names and all forms choose anyone. He is all names and all forms, Almighty One. He is all names and all forms, Almighty One. Chant the name of God. Sing the glory of the Lord. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Thank you, Jai Sai Ram.
That was very nice. What stuck with me was that something that I took as a habit, that is, bhajan singing every week, actually has so much value and impact on us. That explains something.
I'm waiting to hear.
We, as human beings, tend to do things either because they reduce pain or
bring us benefit or enhance our happiness, correct? Bhajans do both for me. They calm me and lift me up.
on the topic of lifting you up, Swami gave us the sixth code for precisely that. It reads, regular study of Sai literature and literature of all the great religions. What better way to progress in the spiritual path?
Agreed. I'm eager to learn the impact of Sai literature from our friends at Flushing Center. Here they are. Friends, please welcome Flushing Sai Center.
Saram, everyone. My name is Dia, and this is Ishan. We're here from the Sri Satya Sai Center of Flushing, New York, and we're going to talk about the sixth code of conduct, or regular study of Sai literature.
What? Wait a minute. Now we're supposed to read Sai literature every day? I only read my textbooks and storybooks daily besides my homework.
I know we already have a lot to study, but our Swami lovingly explains. All Sai devotees are expected to study the life, messages, and teachings of Swami. However, the literature of all the great religions and saints should also be a part of our reading material. In short, Sai literature should be interpreted as literature that helps provide spirituality, awakening, and inspiration.
Oh, now I get it. So we can just read a page or two like we read our textbooks daily? Is that it, right?
A page or two is definitely a good start. Swami also just said that reading Sai literature is not enough. We need to reflect on what we read and put into practice what we just try to read, And then only reading Sai literature and any form of spiritual sadhana will help us.
Oh, now I get it. That's why Tanuja auntie has a meeting with all of our Balavikas kids and told us about getting started on reading the book My Baba and I already read a few pages already for myself. She also told us that all the aunties and a few uncles in our center have been reading this book regularly for almost 3 years now. She mentioned about books named Tapopavam, and the other books' names were too long. Do you know those?
Yes, Ishan. The two books that she mentioned were the Satyam Shivam Sundaram and Ramakatha Rasavai.
Hey, see, Tanuja auntie is here. I think she can further explain about this sadhana in detail.
Sairam, thank you Ishan and Dia for that lovely intro. I would like to quickly explain about the sadhana we took up at our center. About 3 years ago, motivated by Shirdi Sai Sachetra Parayanam, we started Tapovanam Parayanam, which is for our Swami, like Shirdi Sai Sachetra, we read Tapovanam. We started this as a part of our 95th birthday sadhana. We have a goal to complete 95 rounds of Tapovanam reading by Swami's 95th birthday and offer our loving garland to Swami on his 95th birthday. We started just with 2 groups, with 9 members in each group. And soon, with the tremendous response from the devotees, as Swami says, you take 1 step towards me, I'll take 10 towards you. Within a week, we had 11 groups with more than 100 devotees and started doing Tapovanam Parayanam. And to our amaze, with Swami's grace, we could complete just the double number of Tapovanam Parayanams, which is 190 rounds of Tapovanam Parayanams by 95th birthday and offered it. After 95th birthday, we started 2 groups while they were doing Tapovanam, continuing Tapovanam. We started with Satyam Shivam Sundaram, the life story of Swami, written by Professor N. Kasturi. And with the continuous sadhana of 2 years, in the month of December 2022, the devotees from 9 groups completed all 7 volumes of Satyam Shivam Sundaram. And, and starting January 2023, we started reading Vahini series, starting with Ramakatha Rasavahini. We are currently reading Ramakatha Rasavahini Part 2. And every birthday, Swami's birthday, we make a report with gratitude from all the devotees who participate with their experiences. Keeping the interest of time, I just would like to request Diya to read one experience of the devotee which is heart-touching to see the impact of this sadhana.
So the sister basically is explaining an incident that happened to her while she reads a sadhana of the SSS Volume 2. She said that she just started reading Chapter 3 of SSS Volume 2, and after about 4 or 5 pages of reading, she stopped for the day. That night, I had a dream of Swami sitting on a chair in a huge hall. As I was leaving the hall, I turned around and noticed that no one was next to Swami, so I ran back in and made my way to him. As I got closer to him, he lovingly smiled at me with mischief in his eyes. As I reached down to touch his feet, to my surprise, he placed his foot on top of my head for a few seconds. The next day, after the dream, I picked up where I left off, and since Chapter 3 is one of my longer chapters, it took several days before I got to the photo that left me speechless. It was the exact photo of how I dreamt Swami. This dream reinforced that Swami knows everything.
Exact picture that is there on the screen that she dreamt of in her dream while she was reading that chapter. I would like to take few minutes before I end this presentation to talk about a wonderful conversation that happened between Professor N. Kasturi and Swami that became instrumental for Professor N. Kasturi to write Satyam Shivam Sundaram. Once few devotees asked Professor N. Kasturi, is there any books or literature on Swami that we can read to know about Swami? And Professor Kasturi simply said, no, there are no books about Swami. And when he went to see Swami, Swami asked, what were the devotees asking to you and what did you answer? And Swami lovingly explained to Professor Kasturi, that is not the way you would have answered. You would have said, just reading the books or literature is not the way that they can understand me. They have to follow all these 9 codes of conduct and practice them to actually know about me. So we have to actually put it into practice. Reading the Sai literature is very important, but reflecting on it and putting it into practice is also equally important. To share about that, I can talk about our little Ishan who is standing here, what impact it has on the reading of Sai literature has on the small kid of group 1. We started this sadhana with the kids also with My Baba and I book. And now this little Ishan won't sleep without reading 1 or 2 pages of My Baba and I every single day. You can imagine the impact of that by the time he grows up into a YA. One thing I would like to say that reading the Sai literature also helps us to bring Swami close to us, to make Swami our best friend. Because I have heard from a lot of devotees that every day, even though it's an allotted chapter, when they open and start reading the book, they exactly get the message, suggestion, or any quote that really helps them for that day. Even though everybody reads same chapter, but the message they get is very personal to them. So I would like to conclude saying that we can bring Swami closer to us by practicing this sadhana, reading Sai literature every day. Jai Sai Ram.
Sorry.
It is amazing to me the amount we can learn in 4 to 5 minutes. That is, if we choose to live in the present. Imagine the impact for our Flushing Center friends who did this for many months.
I agree. Do you see that I am beginning to agree with you more?
That definitely is a progress. What do you think about Code 7? Speaking softly and lovingly to everyone.
Can you repeat that? I don't think we can hear you.
I said the next code is speaking softly and lovingly to everyone. Now, can you hear me?
Yes, I did hear you the first time around. I was just checking to see if you are really speaking softly and lovingly with me and our audience. There is no relationship with loudness and truth, love, peace, right conduct, and nonviolence. Got it? See, I am not very consistent. I suspect many of you will agree with me. Friends, how many of you consistently speak softly and lovingly to everyone? Silence is sometimes better than speaking softly or speaking at all.
My turn to agree with you. I also struggle with this. Maybe we should let our friends from Cherry Hill SSE tell us.
Let us softly and lovingly invite the Cherry Hill Center SSE.
Sai Ram. We are from Sri Satya Sai Center of Cherry Hill, New Jersey. We have been practicing the code, speaking softly and lovingly to everyone. Today we present to you 3 contrasting scenarios in the form of short skits presented by our SSE children, teachers, and parents. These skits will demonstrate how the choice of words and the tone of voice can bring more positivity and understanding among people. This will also bring harmony in the entire family and to life itself. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. In our first scenario, you will see a boy coming home from a busy day at school, rushing off the bus, rushing to his home, going in the front door, and throwing his backpack down on the floor and tripping over it. He gets hurt, and we'll see his mother's reaction to it.
Saish, ow! I told you not to throw your book bag over there. Now you just got hurt. How many times I have told you? You never learn and never listen. Now just pick your bag and go.
That didn't sound very good, did it? So I wonder what it would look like if they acted this scenario out again using soft and loving words instead.
Oh, Saish, where did you get hurt?
I'm sorry, Mom. I forgot again.
Okay, let's talk about it. We should fix this and you should never get hurt again. Thank you.
So I wanted to know, Saish, how did it feel the first time compared to the second time?
In the first time, I felt like in the first time, I didn't trip over my bag on purpose, but my mom blamed me. She didn't care if I got hurt or not. But the second time, She acted kind and used a caring voice. She made sure that I wasn't hurt and knew that I did it on accident.
And Anita, how did it feel for you the first and the second time compared to each other?
Yeah, first time I was so frustrated that he was not listening to me and he got hurt. Second time I was having concern towards him, so I was showing my love towards him.
Beautiful, thank you.
We now present our second scenario. In this scene, a father is yelling at his son, and the son is working on a laptop, and he doesn't listen to what the father is saying.
Oh my God, Varun, your room is a mess. I'm so frustrated with this. How many times have I talked to you about this? Can you please clean your room?
But Dad, I'll do it later.
No, listen, look at me. Not later. I want you to do this right now, or I'm going to take your computer and your phone away.
But Dad, why are you always so mean to me?
Well, that didn't seem very nice. So let's take a look at it, how that same situation would turn if they use kind and loving words.
Varun, can I speak to you for a minute?
Sure.
Well, I've been noticing for a few days that your room is a mess, so I do want you to clean it sometime.
Okay, sure. But can I please do it tomorrow because I have to finish this assignment.
Do you promise to do it tomorrow?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So, Varun and Harish, I would like to ask you, Varun first, how did you feel when you enacted these two different scenarios?
So in the first scenario, I felt like my dad was interrupting me and I couldn't do my work. But for the second one, he spoke in a more loving voice so I could actually have some time to do it tomorrow.
Very nice, thank you. Harish, I would like to ask you the same question. How did you feel in these two different scenarios?
Well, the first time I was frustrated and I let my frustration show. The second time I was not to say that I was not frustrated, but I held back and I tried to use a different tone and I got a very different response. So I was more pleased with my second approach.
Very nice, thank you.
In our third scenario, we have a husband and wife who have had stressful days at work, and they're coming home filled with all the stresses of their life, and they're speaking with each other.
Oh, I'm so tired. I got work to do this weekend. I'll be working until 10 p.m. tonight. And by the way, we won't be able to make it to the vacation this week.
What? But we discussed this 2 weeks ago and planned a vacation with our children.
What do you want me to do? Quit my job? Few things are beyond my control.
You always make promises which you can't keep. I'm working too and have deadlines too, but we agreed on this.
You'll have to stop telling me what I need to do.
I think this sounds familiar to some of you out there. Did you hear how they were yelling at each other? This conversation was going nowhere, and we were losing harmony in their relationship. So I wonder how this would change if they spoke more softly and lovingly to each other.
Yes, let's take a look.
Harshita. Hello, I'm back home. I'm so tired today. I'll be working until 10 p.m. today, but this weekend I won't be able to make it to the vacation. I'm so sorry because I can't get out of it.
But we discussed this 2 weeks ago and planned a vacation with our children. Should we cancel it and pick another date?
That'll be awesome. That'll be great. I would appreciate that, Harshita. Let's plan out for a dinner tomorrow night and let's work on this together.
That sounds great, Karthik. Thank you.
I can tell you like the second scenario much better. Maybe you bring that into your own lives as well. So I wanted to ask Karthik, how did it feel the first time compared to the second time?
Sure. So in the first scenario, I was irritated and frustrated because of my work, and my wife didn't understand few things are beyond my control. Whereas in the second scenario, I felt really good and I felt happy that she was able to understand my situation. And the key here is to speak softly and lovingly.
Thank you. And Harshita, how did it feel for you the first versus the second time?
In the first scenario, I needed him to keep his promises. I was so upset. In the second scenario, I believed he wanted to go on a vacation with us, but he couldn't due to his work appointment. But I understood his situation.
Great, thank you. So Sarala, could you see in these two scenarios how differently it changed when they just spoke softly and lovingly to each other? What a difference it made?
Well, yes, just the change in the tone of their voice made such a huge difference. They were able to understand each other, they were able to listen to each other, and that led to resolving the situation peacefully and brought harmony amongst them in the family.
Yes, it makes such a difference, and so easy to do if you think about it. And Swami reminds us constantly that we should speak lovingly and softly and kindly with each other, so why do we do it different? And so when we practice what we're preaching, we have more integrity and there's more trust and faith in the family, in the relationship, there's more harmony in the home.
Yes, while I was watching the change scenarios, I myself felt very peaceful and loving when they were talking nicely to each other. I was reminded of Swami's quote that he says, "You cannot always oblige, but you can speak obligingly."
It makes such a difference how we talk to each other when you think about it. And awareness is the key, remembering, correct? And so when we are feeling the sigh in everyone, when we're talking with them, if it's family, if it's our parents, our friends, our children, when we feel the sigh within us, then we are we feel better and we're living in the present moment. So if we speak more lovely and softly, we have more harmony in the relationship.
That's right, Kathy. It is like CIA, Swami says, constant, integrated awareness, and that is what he wants us to do.
So let's do it.
प्रियवाक्यप्रदानेन सर्वे तुष्यन्ति जन्तवः तस्मात् तदेव वक्तव्यं वचने का दरिद्रता. All beings in this world like to be spoken to softly, gently, kindly, and lovingly. Why then the poverty in words? Jai Sai Ram.
As always, there was some good learning from those 5 minutes with Cherry Hill SSC. Benefits of speaking softly with cherry on the top. How is that for a metaphor?
Right. Do you remember me talking about the difficulty of consistently speaking softly and lovingly?
Yes. If you thought that was hard, wait till you get to the next code. not talking ill of others, especially in their absence.
I know. That gets me thinking. No gossiping. I guess that's very simple and at the same time very challenging. I cannot forward WhatsApp messages unless and until I totally agree with it and align them with my values. Hitting like on social media is saying that my values and I are in agreement with the message I liked.
Yes, you have a point there. Let us see how our friends from Homedale and Manhattan analyzed that code. Please welcome Homedale and Manhattan.
Sairam. So when we started practicing the 8th code of conduct, never to speak ill of others, all our center members, SSC and our adults, started practicing. We also discussed what we learned and exchanged our experiences during our study circles. And the first thing we learned is, while the words are simple, it is not easy to practice. We had to remind ourselves to keep our tongue in check and remind ourselves not to speak ill of others. The second thing we learned is soon after we realized Swami says unity of thought, word, and deed. So when we talk about never speaking ill of others, it applies to our thoughts and deeds as well. And one experience which I wanted to share was we have our monthly Narayan Seva, and we generally try to get a salad dressing that is free of egg. And it just turned out that this particular month, the salad dressing was the wrong kind, and at least the thought quickly flashed for one of our members that it is the wrong dressing, and how could we do this wrong when we do this every month? And then they remembered Swami's sayings and quickly went out and bought the right dressing and moved on. The third thing is we're all emotional beings, and quite often we have to remind ourselves that words have the power to cut like no sword can. And the last thing is, it is not always black and white. So when we think about never speaking ill of others, sometimes we have to again pray to Swami to see what judgment is given to us. And one example of an experience on this was when someone asked for a reference on a DJ, and the person didn't have as great an experience but was not sure how to express that. And at that point, went back to Swami's other teaching. You can't always oblige everyone, but you can speak obligingly. So moving on, we have a skit from our SSC children. So just a quick overview of the plot. It's a village scene, and a newcomer to the village, the existing women are speaking ill of her. The head of the village hears about this and decides that he would teach them a lesson. So he calls the person that is speaking ill and asks them to cut the branches of a tree that was in the village courtyard. And once the branches are cut, then the village head tells them to put it back on. And that is when we're all reminded, that the words that come out cannot be taken back and the damage is done.
Sai Ram, our beloved Swami gave all of us the 9-point code of conduct. The 8th code instructs us to never talk ill of others, especially in their absence. Our Act 1, Scene at a Village Well.
Oh, what a beautiful day it is. Oh. Oh my god, look at her. That's what she wears to go fetch water.
Wonder what she dresses like to the village fair then.
Over the next several days, the village ladies continued to make mean remarks about Nitya, whether at the village well or in other village social meetings. Act 1, Scene 2, Village Panchayat Head Office.
Sir, you called me for some important work? Oh, women these days, all they're doing is dressing up. If I had so much money, I would...
Oh yes, I do have important work for you. Out there is an old cotton tree. It could use trimming of a few of its branches. I think it'd be a good use of your time.
Of course, I knew you would pick me. Who else could do this?
So Vaishnavi cuts the cotton tree branches. So Vaishnavi returns after cutting some branches as directed by the village head.
See how quickly I did it, sir? If you had given it to anyone else like that Nitya, oh, what would have happened if you had given it to her?
The work is not done. Now return up that hill and put your branches back on the tree as you were before.
What? That is crazy. How can I do that?
So the branches cannot be mended? Then how do you take back envy and hate? How do you mend a broken spirit when you talk ill all the time and spread falsehood about others?
What are you talking about?
You two were once new to this village. You came in rags. We accepted you. We helped you. And today, when Nitya is kind and always smiling, you not only treat her badly, but you also talk ill of her behind her back. Is that how you repay this village's kindness to you when you were new?
Oh, that was just in jest. But I did not realize how hurtful it could be.
Yes, often one does not realize the impact of their words and actions. Hence, never talk ill of someone because you never know what struggles they have been through in their life. If we keep using our thoughts pure in the present and in the activity we are engaged, our words will be pleasant. If our thoughts are kind, our words and actions will also be kind. Words cannot be taken back. As Swami says, we must use our words to be kind and to encourage others.
Sir, I will contemplate on your kindness, and I will ensure that I live my life in the present. I will invite all the ladies to my house, and we will all show Nitya how kind we can all be. Jai Sai Ram.
As Satyabhai Baba says, the tongue is a tool. You can harm yourself and harm others with it. So only use it for your good and for the good of others. If you use it for talking kind words, for singing God's glory, then it is put to the best use.
As Swami reminds us, to never speak ill of others, especially in their absence. Sorry.
Sairam, we offer this poem at the feet of our Divine Lord. And as you read through the words, I want to talk about the life application submitted by the brothers and sisters at the Manhattan Psi Center. So they had some powerful messages as they practiced the code of conduct. And in the words of the Manhattan SSC children, the first thing is to make sure that they are observing the code of conduct and applying the golden rule, which is to make sure that we treat everyone the same way we expect to be treated, with respect and with acceptance. The second thing also is to make sure that to defend the people that are not in the room. The full 8th Code of Conduct says never speak ill of others, especially in their absence. The SSC Children of Manhattan also make sure that they will not spread rumors or any kind of gossip on social media. And lastly, they close with this loving point, which is sometimes when someone is not so nice to you, be nice to them anyway. Sai Ram.
I really like the skit of not talking ill on others. I and my values are totally aligned with it. We need to be more aware of representing the absentee.
I admit I never looked at the code in that light.
We have now come to the 9th code, something we all struggle with in practice. making a habit of sealing on desires.
I struggle with the ceiling part. I'm in a way glad that I don't have to eliminate my desires, but I wish I could set the ceiling for my desires. I guess for me, sky is the limit. So sky in some ways is a ceiling for my desires, correct?
Interesting way of looking at the ceiling. Not sure if Swami really wanted us to think of the ceiling as a blue sky concept. I am glad we have a roof as a ceiling for our devotion hall.
Well, let us see what our friends from Fairfax and Online SC can tell us about Code 9. Ladies and gentlemen, Fairfax and Online SSC Center on Sealing on Desires.
Sairam. My name is Riddick, and I would like to speak to you about Buddha. Buddha is an avatar that came to teach us about the intellect and enlightenment. But how did he do this? As a young boy, Buddha saw various events like birth, old age, sickness, suffering, and death in his surroundings. That made him question in his life. He asked, why am I seeing these things? Why can't I help? Why is there so much suffering around me? Buddha made its life's mission to find a solution that can end suffering and attain bliss. Buddha suggests that we should develop the right vision, right thinking, right speech, and so on. Essentially, we connect what Buddha is saying to the 5 senses. Being mindful of our senses can help us to achieve freedom from our desires and lead us to bliss. Liberation from our bondage and grief by examining how we relieve information to our 5 senses. We can adjust accordingly. Our SSC group practiced this by looking at actions that relate to the 5 senses. We will now watch a quick video from what Tritika from Group 2 has learned.
Sairam all. Ever since I learned about sealing on desires in SSE, I have been mindful of my senses. I only pay attention to things that benefit me. I use my extra time to practice my Carnatic singing and to do arts. I'm also making time to exercise by riding my bicycle and being grateful for the air I breathe. I listen to good conversations and listen to calm music so I can be peaceful. I listen to my parents and always respect them. I use my hands to do righteous things, like helping my mom to do anything she wants me to do. I use my tongue to speak kind words and to eat healthy food. I eat enough, being careful not to waste. My family and I are helping each other to continue practicing sealing on desires through our senses. Controlling our senses will help us not to overindulge in the sensory objects, but to adhere to the limit prescribed for the use of the senses. Thank you, Sairam.
Swami says, master the mind to be a mastermind. Let's see how Joshita has been mastering not wasting food.
Sairam, I used to waste a lot of food because I wasn't aware of how much food I could eat. As a sadhana, I practiced being more conscious about what I ate and how much I ate. Being mindful helped me stop buying unnecessary foods that I knew I wasn't going to eat. I'm not only conserving food, but I'm also saving money at the same time.
That's awesome how Joshita's been saving money and food and not overbuying groceries. Aryan, what have you been practicing?
I've been trying to limit my screen time on my electronics by putting my phone in the living room whenever I study.
This has greatly improved my studying habits and productivity and has raised my grades up. How have you guys been conserving energy?
Well, my dad is a big fanatic about having every single gadget and device in the house charged. So every night I go around the house and unplug any appliances or devices that don't need to be plugged in. By doing this, I'm reducing the amount of air and water pollution that's going out into the world, making the world a better place.
I have a similar story to yours, Arti. My dad loves to take long, hot showers. So I make my family cut their showers short so we can save some water. By doing this, we're saving money, energy, and time.
While you can hear the students and the parents are making small changes at their homes, it is also important to make changes as a Sai family. So what are we doing about that? We all enjoy the convenience of using disposable plates and cutlery, right? But we also know the convenience comes with a cost, the cost of hurting our nature. So if you're wondering what those steel plates are on the slides, the Fairfax Sai home has been putting a ceiling on convenience by using steel plates and cutlery for any center events or gatherings. Thanks to our Enviro lead, who has been instrumental in this change, and to all Sai families for their tremendous support. Since the last year, we had about 5 gatherings and reduced waste by about 250 plates and maybe 500 spoons and forks. We have been composting all the food waste from the events, and any recyclables are being recycled. And this is just a beginning. So everything starts with a thought, followed by small, tangible actions. If we are persistent, the small action can take us a long way, make lasting habits, and can have exponential gains. Hope this inspires you to make small changes, starting at home, for a better you and for a better earth. Thank you, Sairam.
That completes the 9 points. I have to say, I learned a lot in that last hour.
The 9-point code of conduct is not just a set of rules. It's a journey on the path of our own spirituality.
It cultivates inner peace and calmness and promotes positive social behavior. And our friends from various centers have also shown us the impact of practicing these guidelines.
I agree. Let's have Suma Auntie help us connect the dots on how living the 9 codes in the present is key to living in harmony. We invite Sumanti to summarize and put all of these into perspective.
Before our final takeaway, we'll be inviting our next team to do a short song to give our final SC message.
Sai Ram, Sai Ram. So this is a very short song and happened just because of the theme of the retreat and also SSC itself. And at the end, there will be one line. We say, we are living in harmony. So that's a line. At the ending of the two times, slow down to ending. I would like all of you in this room to sing with us. But you figured out I will give you a sign. Okay, now we can get started.
When we choose to practice 9 points of conduct in present. When we choose to practice 9 points of conduct in present. When we choose to practice 9 points of conduct in present. We are living in harmony. We are living in harmony. We are living in harmony. We are living in living in harmony. We are living in harmony.
Sairam, I know it's been a long hour or more, but we are at an end, and I hope the message is loud and clear. Before I conclude, one last 30 seconds, we do want to apologize to Pittsburgh Center. They had put up a beautiful video of what they do back there, and due to technical glitch, we could not play it. So that being said, wasn't that an inspirational offering we had from all of the centers from SSE? What we experienced now is a culmination of a collective sadhana that everyone or many of the centers in our region have undertaken, and this is the final product. These codes, they take us through various stages of our spiritual growth, starting with the very first one, prayer and meditation, which intensifies our personal sadhana. It goes from code 1, 2, 3, all the way to 9, bringing about peace within oneself, peace at home, peace in the community, in the nation, and the world at large. So these codes, when practiced, can bring about universal harmony. They are a way which also have the 3 paths of devotion, action, and knowledge that will help us to reach divinity. To stay in touch with the divinity within, Dr. Wayne Dyer once said, if you have the choice between being right and being kind, choose being kind. Expressing kindness is one way for us to connect with our true nature. Let us continue to practice, to sprinkle kindness with our thoughts, words, and actions. The confetti you have with you now, take a look at it. It has a message for you, a message that is meant to be practiced and taken to heart.
We all have to clean.
Take a few with you, look around you, gather a few, take them home, give it to your friends, your colleagues, neighbors. Read the messages, practice them.
Go really fast. Krishna.
Let the chain of kindness continue to expand. All those words that you see on there, they were all written by many, many, many children in our region, right? All the kids here know they did a very hard work on writing those up, and so did the adults in the center too. It all comes from a place of kindness. Quoting Mother Teresa, if you are kind, people may accuse you of selfish ulterior motives. Be kind anyway. The good you do today, people will often forget. Do good anyway. Give the world the best you got, and it may never be enough. Give the world the best you got anyway. You see, in the final analysis, it is always between you and God. It's never between you and them anyway. So let's collectively pray to our dear Lord Sai that we live His message and make our life His message. Sai Ram.
Sairam, I know you're all getting impatient. Of course, it's already lunchtime, but having had such a wonderful program, I think which filled our hearts. So in a short while, we'll also be able to fill our stomachs too. So please be patient for like another 10-15 minutes or so. So that was a wonderful surprise, the confetti. So I'm looking at what I have, what I picked up. It says practice integrity. In the morning, Brother Sunil mentioned, when you live in the present, the nature or the cosmos or Swami sends you such beautiful messages wherever you look. A means to improve yourself. So this, I take it as such a message for me. So there is something that I need to practice. Practice integrity. Before I go further, Sairam, can I have your attention, please? Before I go further, I would like to take you all through a short exercise. The exercise is called exercise of gratitude. So to do that, just put your hands up like this. Okay, and then do like this with your fingers. And do like this a little bit. Wonderful. So now that your hands are all relaxed, get ready to give everyone a very big round of applause. I don't have words to express how wonderful the SSC program was. They really not only just was inspirational, it urges us to practice Swami's 9-point code of conduct through which we live in harmony in the present. And what stood out also for me was the unity. All the centers came together and put together a wonderful program. Not just that, it involved SSC children, teachers, parents. If that's not harmony, what is? And I also want to mention the kindness sadhana that SSC team inspired everyone to do. As you saw, the wonderful quotes that was hanging there, they made a nice kindness path from the area of registration desk to the devotion hall. You saw the nice, decorations hanging there with the kindness quotes. As I want to mention this, see, whenever we, have such sadhana programs, it's also meant to, get us into a rhythm of doing it, and it gets etched into our subconsciousness. That's the very reason why we do this repeated sadhana. So I also want to request you, all of you, to keep continuing doing this kindness sadhana day after day. Now, going back to the young adult program, okay, just give a big round of applause again for the young adults. I thought that was a very innovative way of presenting, and the way they, put together the skit on the stage and with the PowerPoint slides and everything, and well coordinated. Kudos to all of you for that. They genuinely showcase the struggles of the youth and how Swami's teachings gets them through their life. Indeed, past is history, future is mystery, so let's live in the present. That's the message they gave. We are ever so grateful to our beloved Bhagavan for giving us all this opportunity to come together and enjoy this divine love and glory at this beautiful Camp Westmont year after year. He gave us the right theme for this retreat, living in the present. To me, it also means living in the presence, because we always feel Swami's presence everywhere. I experienced Swami's Leelas this year, and like previous years too, ever since we started the retreat planning. Since the start of the planning and preparation to the start of the retreat on Friday evening and until now, we all experienced how well Swami took care of everything and each and every one of us. And as we near the end of this beautiful learning experience, let us express our heartfelt gratitude to our beloved Bhagavan and the Bhagavan in each and every one of us present here who made this divine experience possible. Now, on behalf of all of us, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our wonderful guest speakers, Dr. Christian Meeves and Brother Sunil Kasturi. They filled our hearts with love by sharing with us so many profound life lessons. And then we had a wonderful musical program, great workshops, we had tree planting. A big shout out to all the facilitators and participants. At this time, we would like to honor our chief guests with small tokens of our appreciation. If I could invite Dr. Christian and Brother Sunil to come forward, please. And can I request Dr. Yatish? Dr. Yatish is here? Oh, here, okay. We also wanted to honor Sister Anita Krishna. I think she's not, she left retreat already. But Anita Krishna, the wonderful musician who enthralled us with her beautiful singing yesterday. So give her a round of applause, please. Our gratitude also goes out to the camp and its facilities, and also all the camp authorities, the camp owner Ross and his team, Scott, Barry, Bobby, and others who ensured that we all have a pleasant stay. They were, working hard round the clock to support all of us. Big round of applause to them. Thank you to each volunteer in every wing, may it be devotion, SSC, Seva, be it before the retreat or at the retreat here. Many individuals have been involved in planning since the beginning. A big shout out to all of them. You can just keep clapping, that's okay. That's why we already had this exercise. Here at the retreat, every volunteer at the parking lot, kitchen, dining hall, registration, Seva desk, doctors on site and on call, transportation helpers, Swami's room, devotion hall, may it be any activity, everyone served with such love and devotion. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all of you, all the participants. The retreat is very enjoyable due to the presence of all of you. After the beautiful retreat we had last year and the divine Leelas we experienced, there were so many devotees who were eager to register. So much so that some of them even registered before the registration was open. And this is a fact. Because we had a test registration website that was put together. People were so enthusiastic and registered through that. But what it did was, that eagerness gave us all the impetus we needed. So there was no stopping us after that. So, and like Sister Aparna mentioned on Friday, we have 95 first-timers in this retreat. A big round of applause for them. So, hope all of you enjoyed your first retreat. And as you know, we have this retreat every year, and we would like to see you year after year. And we also have similar inspirational programs at a lower scale. In your local size centers. So if you would like to participate in those, please let us know, and we can pass on information about your local size center. Let us carry home with us this present, which is the experience and learning we received on living in the present, and enrich our lives with what we learned. Wishing you all a safe trip back home and continue to be safe. I know this retreat is about living in the present, but please allow me to make an exception, as I'm already looking forward to the next year's retreat and looking forward to seeing you all at the next year's retreat. Jai Sai Ram. So we have a few announcements. So we have a lunch available to go in the dining hall. Please pick it up on your way out. We do not have any recycling available in the campsite or the neighboring area. So if possible, so we have packed the recyclables in clear bags. So if you would like to take it home, if you have space in your car, please do, and recycle through your usual recycling channels. We request all devotees to please clean up their cabins, like the trash, take the trash out and put in the large trash cans outside your cabin. Please ensure that you take all your personal belongings with you. And if you need a ride or can give a ride, please inform the service desk. Please mark the time of your intended departure at the service desk, and please keep your luggage ready before that time. Please, and if you have anything, if you lost anything, please check with the service desk, and if you found anything, please return to the service desk. We need helping hands for cleanup, after this. So please stay back and help us if you can. And that's it. Thank you. We'll close now with a bhajan medley and closing.
Ready? Let's go.
I bow down at the feet of Ganesh.
Ganesha, Ganesha.
Bow down at the feet of Ganesha.
I bow down at the feet of Ganesha. Guru Nanak Ji ki jai jaykar.
Guru Nanak Ji ki jai jaykar.
Jo bole so hoye nihar.
Jo bole so hoye nihar.
Allah Sai le lo salam.
Allah Sai le lo salam.
Maula Sai le lo salam.
Maula Sai le lo salam.
Salam, salam, lakho salam.
Salam salam lakho salam.
Salam, salam, mera salam.
Salam salam mera salam. We are blessed, we are blessed, we are blessed. Sai Baba is watching over us.
We are blessed, we are blessed, we are blessed. Sai Baba is watching over us.
We are here to sing your sweet name.
We are here to sing your sweet name.
Let the light of your glory shine on us.
Let the light of your glory shine on us.
Bless us all with your presence, Gurudev.
Bless us all with your presence, Gurudev.
We are blessed, we are blessed, we are blessed.
We are blessed, we are blessed, we are blessed. You are my heart.
Sai, you are my
शिवं सुन्दरं साईनाथ भगवान् बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि सत्यसाई शरणं गच्छामि सत्यसाई शरणं गच्छामि जय आञ्जनेय जय रामदूत शरणं प्रभो शरणं वानरवीरा वायुकुमारा रणधीरा शरणं रामप्रिये शरणं सत्यसाई हनुमान शरणं राम राम जय जय राम राम जय जय राम राम जय जय राम 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 जय जय राम राम जय जय राम राम जय जय राम साई राम राम जय जय राम जय जय राम जय आञ्जनेय जय रामदूत शरणं प्रभो शरणम् ॐ जय जगदीश हरे स्वामी सत्य साई हरे भक्त जना संरक्षक भक्त जना संरक्षक पति महेश्वरा ॐ जय जगदीश हरे शशिवदना श्रीकरा सर्वा प्राणपते स्वामी सर्वा प्राणपते आश्रित कल्पलतीका आश्रित कल्पलतीका आपदानवा ॐ जय जगदीश हरे मात पिता गुरुदैवं मरियन्तयुगीने स्वामी मरियन्तयुगीने नाद ब्रह्म जगन्नाथ नाद ब्रह्म जगन्नाथ नागेन्द्रशयन ॐ जय जगदीश हरे ओंकार रूप ओजस्वी ओ साई महादेवा सत्य साई महादेवा मंगल आरती अंधुको मंगल आरती अंधुको मंगल गिरिधारी ओम जय जगदीश हरे नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण 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 ओम नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम जय सद्गुरुदेवा नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण 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 ओम नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम जय सद्गुरुदेवा नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण 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 ओम नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम जय सद्गुरुदेवा शांति 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 समस्तलोका सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोका सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोका सुखिनो भवन्तु शान्ति 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 peace 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 on earth peace 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 for all the universe for all the universe
जय बोलो भगवान श्री सत्य साई बाबा जी की
परमं पवित्रं बाबा विभूतिं परमं विचित्रं लीला विभूतिं परमार्थ इष्टार्थ मोक्ष प्रदानं बाबा विभूतिं इदमाश्रयामि Esperanzas, brindadas tu gracia, dulce Sai Baba, sacred, holy and supreme is Baba's vibhuti, pouring forth in endless stream, display of vibhuti, so auspicious.